Hello, everybody. Hello. It's me, Wawa. Hi, Ryan. Hi, and Ryan. Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 sweet friends. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Hi. The fiend. The fiend? The fiend? I am a fiend. Me. Crazy. How can you say that? I'm not a fiend. That's crazy. Oh, why am I a fiend?
Nice.
That's crazy. Hold on. Whoa, the music is very loud. There we go. Very relaxing day today for us. You are my best. What do you mean? My best fiend? I almost thought you said friend. I just come back here. This is how you greet me. Okay, I will. Do you want me to go? Should I go? Should I go then? Should I go then? Okay, so you hate me then. So you hate me. Okay, I understand. So you hate me. Okay. No, I go now. Okay, I go now. I go now. I go now. No, I go now. Goodbye. I go now. I go now. I go now. I go now. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. You can't take me away from this place. Okay? This is my house. This is my house, and you all live in it. Hello, Lucas. Hello, Jam and Hamster. Hello, Sen Cheesecake. Hello, Zero. Hello, Arthfell. Good morning. You're up early. Very early. Hi, Garbear. Hello, people on Twitch. Hello, Gomi P. Hello, Poi Poi. Hello, Lenny. Hello, Escape. Hello, Avery. Hello, Hashi. Hello, Nimby. Hello, Pank. Hello, Codex. Hi, good morning. Hello, Marix. Good afternoon. Hello, Typhoon Hopper. Hello, Crabward. Hello, Carlos Quad. Hello, Nico P. Hello, Up Dog. Down Dog, rather, more like. And hello, everybody who might be lurking, maybe. I should still be asleep. How's your day? I haven't slept yet. Hi, Jet. Fiend is a pretty endearing term, though. I mean, you could always say Your Highness, Your Majesty, you know, Senor, alternatively. Hello, Papa. How are you? A white down dog. I don't know, cause up dog. Up dog said bye to me. Up dog said bye to me. Senior Ryan. No, senor, not senior. How are you guys? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you? I got an email from my favorite tea store that I get a 15% off. So I was shopping, and before I knew it, my shopping cart had 300 euros of stuff. So I closed the website. That's really scary. Why would you get... How would you reach 300 euros? That's... That's scary. Don't believe in, like, shopping coupons, to be honest. Like, sale coupons? Like, don't trust them. Hi, Ran. Ran! Hi, Ryan. Where's my high? Where's my high? Where is my high? I don't wanna start until I get high. I don't wanna start until I get my... Where's my high? Where's my high? Where's my... Hello, Ryan! Hi, Ryan! Where's my... Hi, Wawa! Where is it? Where's my... Hello, Ryan? No? Okay, I get it. It's okay. No, it's okay. I'm just gonna... Okay. Just gonna... No, it's okay. No. No. Hi, Ahab. Hello, Sungju. Hello, welcome back. Hello, Sailor. Hello, Derry. Hello, Seiki. Oh, happy birthday. No. Hi, Ryan. No! Where's my hello? I'm sad. No! Where's my hello? Where's my hello? Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit needy. I lack sleep. But anyway, how are you guys? I hope you're having a good day. Currently, I am a little bit delusional. Just kidding. I'm a little bit out of it, because I am a little bit sleepy already. But we will be having a little Q&A. Okay. Say hello, my cats. Hi, cats. Hello, cats. We'll be having a little Q&A today, everybody. As the stream title implies, good morning. I'm okay. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. I'm joking. I'm okay. Feels funny to be able to catch two Ryan's stream today. That happens a lot sometimes. Hello, Ryan from Twitch. Hello, Sen. Hi. Hi. Hello, mate. Hello, mate. Hi. Hi, mate. Hello, Arby. Yippee! Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're from. Yeah, we're here for the little Q&A stream that I promised, which is the point of this stream today. Okay? Right. It's late evening for you. The crack of the morning. Well, I hope you guys have had a good one so far, whatever time zone it is for you, whatever time it is for you at the moment. I just wanted to have this stream because I felt that a lot of people around me, at least from my personal vibes, my personal observation, a lot of people feel like they've been having a very bad time, or that they're having a rough time this January, or going through a lot of things. And 2026 may not be starting out as ideally for other people. So I thought, hey, maybe, you know, we should start by, or rather we should end the month maybe by having this little stream where I can sit down and talk to people and hear your thoughts. If anybody would like to anonymously send their feelings, their worries, their concerns, stuff that they'd like an opinion on from a random stranger, aka me. I know I'm just a little guy. I'm just some person here. But sometimes, maybe you never know, you know, like you might want a random person, maybe you'd be okay with hearing my opinion, or you want to hear just somebody's opinion. And sometimes that's all it takes, you know? A little gentle push. And maybe if you feel like it helps you, then you can send a question anonymously. It doesn't have to be about that. If you don't want to send in questions, or if you don't really feel worried about anything, you don't want to ask anything about yourself, you can send a question about me. That is perfectly fine. This is like a general free-for-all. Hi, Lux! Hello, Lux! Welcome to the stream! Hi. But yeah, I figured that we could have that today. It has been a very long time since I did like a sit-down Q&A stream thing. Yes, no, right? Yeah. It has been a while, so yeah, I wanted to do... I forgot to put my name on it. You don't have to put your names on it. It's supposed to be anonymous. Thank you for the membership gift, RV! I just started. I didn't even say anything yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big thank. Wow. Hello, K055522. Wait, is this you, Is this 55 Wizard from YouTube? Are you from YouTube? Or am I just hallucinating? Hello, El the Chill One. Hi, welcome. Thank you for the membership gift. Thank you, thank you. It was supposed to be anonymous. I mean, if you feel comfortable with letting me know who you are, that's fine. If you want it to be anonymous, it's possible. Okay? It's not like an absolute requirement, obviously, but like the form is different. You know, the form is anonymous, but if you didn't bother to like make yourself anonymous and you still type like normal, or you call me by a nickname that would make me recognize that it's you, that's perfectly fine too if you feel comfortable with that. Okay? Yo, Ryan. Hello, Lobster. Hi. Hi. Should we wait for people to like come in first before we hop in? Boopa doopa doop, yeah, boopa doopa doop. Boopa doopa doop. Is the form still open? Yeah, no. The form is still open. It's in the description of this video, and the link is also pinned to the comment section of YouTube. Let me do something like that for Twitch actually. Wow. Hold on. Let me do that for Twitch before I forgot. I completely forgot you could also pinned. Well, I forgot you could leave a pinned message on Twitch. Pinned message. There we go. There you go. Yep. You can still send in questions if you want. It can literally be about anything, or it can be about the main focus that I intended the stream to be, which is about you. So if you want me to give you advice or my opinion about stuff, or if you have anything to tell me from your end, or you just want to vent or share something, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Hey? I'm Alyssa Malajamosi. Thank you again. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Should I bother retweeting and being like, we're live now, everybody? You know, I'm not even gonna go we're live now, you know. I'm not even gonna go, we're live now. We're live now. Okay. Should we start? Why am I kind of excited to start? I feel like should we start? I'm kind of low-key excited. Job really screwed my VTuber watch schedule? No, don't feel bad about it, Escape. I'm really happy even if I get to see it for a little while. But don't ever feel obligated or feel worried, okay? I'm just happy that you remember me still. We're live now, Ryan Valerius 2026. Excuse me. Evening. Are you guys excited? I guess it depends on what you sent in for the form, right? I mean, I hope there are people who are comfortable enough to send questions about, like, I don't know, like their own personal worries. Obviously without any personal information. I will be reading the questions out loud in case. I will not be showing them on stream in case there is something there that is not good, or something that's personal and I may need to like redact some of the personal information. So I'll just be reading them out loud, okay? Alright. Okay. Let's just start it. I feel like there's gonna be quite a lot. From what I'm seeing right now, it seems that there are at least 30-something. There's at least 30-something questions now, okay? We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be in the trenches. Okay? In before the Q&A is filled with bear requests. Are you serious? Okay, wait. You know what? I will let the people have what they want. So that you people can like calm down. Hold on. So that you people can calm down. Here. Are you happy? Are you freaking happy now, you people? There. Okay? How about that? How about that? Meepy. Okay. First question. Hello, Raian. You have the cutest marshmallow profile picture right now. Right now, I'm struggling with furthering my credentials to go abroad. I just finished getting my license to work professionally, but I'm here again studying. Honestly, it feels like I'm being left behind, seeing my peers getting jobs in our field while I'm back to studying. I know I'm also making progress technically, but I feel useless staying at home and not earning money already. Okay, this is the kind of question that I kind of low-key was hoping to get or like hear, because, you know, I don't know, like I just well, that's kind of weird. How do I say this? It does make me happy if you feel comfortable enough to like share some things to me, I guess, in a way, because I speak to you guys a lot about how you are and how you're doing and, you know, what you're up to, and I enjoy speaking with you guys about many different things. In a way, I have like an image of each and every single one of you. So I kind of would like to think that I am a little bit updated about how you're doing as well. So stuff like this does make me kind of happy. Okay, so about this question. Oh, this is you, Sen. I figured it was you, yeah. You didn't have to confirm, but yeah, okay. So, with regards to feeling like you're not doing anything and you're not productive, well, obviously, you choosing to study, I'm not sure if that's your decision or it was a decision made by family for you, or that you chose to do it because it was recommended. Whatever the reason for you choosing to study, it is also obviously correct in that this is possibly also just only gonna help you and add to your credentials. But it's hard not to feel like you're not doing anything and that you're not able to, you know, get started. When you feel like everybody is already on the grind, on the field, actually doing something. But the thing is, obviously earning money and having an income and being able to feel like you're actually helping substantially is a feeling that you can't help, you know, having. Especially if you care about your family. The best thing you can do for yourself right now is to focus on whatever it is you're doing with your studies. Do well and make it worth your while, so that when you do finish that, the credentials that you get, the achievements that you get from this period of time will not go to waste and can come back to you and you can make the most out of it. That's the only way you can, you know, like, I guess, make up for the feeling of feeling like you're not able to contribute anything. You're not able to earn money. You're not able to, you know, be in the field and start grinding like your peers, like your friends, like the people around you. Studying, I feel like, is something that, at least for people in certain countries and certain fields, it feels like a space where, oh, you're just wasting time studying. You're just you should be earning money, etc. But studying, gaining more knowledge, gaining more credentials should never be considered less or like a waste of time. I don't think that's ever a waste of time, and you're still working towards whatever it is you aim to be. So as long as you know that you're still in that goal, you know, remind yourself that you will be fine, okay? I get that it's very scary though, But if it helps you feel a little bit more secure about your future, you know, in a more practical way, start doing some research now about how viable your field is, about what it is you're exactly studying. Have a goal in mind, and always look ahead. That's the best thing I can say about this without being too specific. The next question is gonna be very, like, I feel like related to this, or like a similar feeling. Okay, next question. Hi, I will be moving out of my house this year, and I was wondering if you had any advice on some stuff since you've been living alone for quite some time. Do you have any tips on organizing and furnishing rooms? Are there some lessons learned on your end? How do you manage when you suddenly fall sick and have no medicine in the house? How do you deal with ingredients being so large? It's hard to prepare food for a single person sometimes. Is getting a large freezer maybe the best answer? If you have any other tips or wisdom for people who are going to be by themselves for the first time, shoot. Okay, so there are a few questions here, but we can chop them up in parts. With like slightly to simplify the whole thing. First question, any tips on organizing and furnishing? Something about organizing and furnishing is, do not feel pressured to get items that other people have in their house. Just because you feel like everybody has them in their house doesn't mean you necessarily need them. So for example, some people have an oven, a microwave, an air fryer, a stove, and a bunch of other kitchen appliances. And I'm just like, there is absolutely no way you're gonna need all of that all at once. I'm sorry, you know. The bare minimum that a person needs, I think, is a stove, an oven, a microwave. Oven is like, I don't even necessarily think you need it, but it depends on the kinds of things you like to eat, I guess. You know? And so that's one thing. Second tip, when it comes to organizing things, I guess it depends on your space. You might want to try and plan ahead before you move. Plan ahead, look at the space yourself, you know what it looks like, you know what your belongings right now look like. And if you feel like your things are too much for your space that you're gonna move into, you might want to consider downsizing already before you move in so you have less to worry about. And try to map out the size of your belongings, especially at least the bigger parts, and then everything else that is smaller will naturally fit into place. Consider the bigger parts of your furniture, the bigger furnishings, like your bed, big tables, bigger appliances like a fridge, etc., or maybe a stovetop, depends. Consider the bigger items first, and then fit in the smaller things after. Work them around it. That's usually the easiest way to make things fit. When you move in and you finally put things in order, sometimes you can give it a few days, and if it doesn't feel like the placement of furniture doesn't work out well, you can always switch it around. There isn't really a specific tip for organizing and furnishing. It's all about your personal routine. You know yourself well. If you feel like you don't want the if you don't want the PC, for example, or like your desk to be by a window because it's too bright, then move it away, etc. It's completely up to you. But also, if you move into a new living space, you will notice a few things about the space, like if you start hearing noises from the door or the windows, if you hear people's footsteps, you'll notice new things. You'll develop a slightly new routine as you adapt to that space. So the first month or so will probably teach you if you need to change anything about how everything is placed around the house. It'll naturally just happen, and you will ultimately just make that decision for yourself. Yeah. But yeah, number one thing, don't buy too many things. You don't need all that. Think about what you need. Yeah. How do you manage when you fall sick and you have no medicine in the house? if you live alone and you get sick, you are basically okay. If you're sick and you are living alone and you have no medicine, basically you die. I'm not even I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If you have no medicine and you live alone, you basically die. I've gone through this sometimes, which is very unfortunate, and basically exactly what happened. I just died. I just had to tough it out, sleep through fever, expire. Worst case scenario, find a delivery option that can deliver medicines to your home if it is really bad. But this is the kind of situation where if you live alone, you can't be responsible. If you are alone, these are the things you need to take into consideration. You have to consider, if you live alone, you have to start thinking about the fact that more or less, you cannot expect other people to be there for you. You have to be responsible for yourself. So these are the things you have to think about ahead of time. And if you are unable to think about these considerations, if you're not able to consider these things, these situations about yourself, you will be the only one to handle these consequences. And yeah. These are the things you learn as you live alone for a very long time. You need to, being independent is a big word. Until it's actually there, you don't truly understand what that means, I think. And I had that thought, I see. That's you, okay. How do you deal with ingredients being so large? It's hard to prepare food. Is getting a large freezer maybe the best answer? This depends on how often do you go grocery shopping. How far away is the nearest grocery market from you? If you're somebody who goes grocery shopping in smaller bursts, a medium-sized, small-sized fridge is fine. It also depends on how much you eat. Depends on how much you eat and what you eat. Okay? I understand the feeling of preparing food for a single person. It's really bad. It sucks ass. I know. It's so bad. It's so annoying. One of my biggest struggles was that I always worried and stressed out about food going bad because I could never finish everything, because most things that you buy at the supermarket are always portioned for at least 2 to 3 people at the smallest serving. And sometimes, well, you can buy ingredients in pieces, but sometimes the grocery people will stare at me and be like, why is she only buying a single cucumber? Or why is she buying only a single carrot? Or a single onion? A single... just one. And I'm I don't even even if they look at you funny, sometimes that's all you gotta do. I don't know how markets and supermarkets work wherever you're from, but you gotta be a little bit more creative sometimes if you live alone. By being creative, I think sometimes you have to consider ingredients that can be used for a lot of different things, or recipes that have a lot of overlap. For example, sometimes if you wanna make a dish that uses a specific ingredient or two, maybe you can think of another dish throughout the week that uses the same ingredient or has any ingredients that you think you might end up buying a lot of. Usually pick things that have overlap, especially if it has vegetables, because vegetables go bad very fast. I think that there are a lot of YouTube channels as well that specifically focus on single person living cooking strategies. A lot of meal prep for the week strategies. These can really help you kind of break down how do I cook for myself without wasting things? How do I cook for myself without it becoming boring? it is kind of a lot of work and like a lot of getting used to, for sure. And sometimes it can be frustrating because it's like, this is like, these things are not like, no one is ever generally going to accommodate for a single living situation when it comes to buying things. You're gonna have to deal with it. That's just how it be. Most things are sold without the concept of people living alone in a single place. That is how it is. It's not necessarily to get a large freezer. I think it really depends on your eating habits and how often you go out to buy things. I feel like a medium-sized refrigerator is fine. If you have any other tips or wisdom for people who are going to be by themselves for the first time, yeah, if you're gonna live by yourself for the first time, the biggest thing that you're gonna be dealing with, I think, is the feeling of being alone in a single space that has only you. It is liberating in its own way, but it's also very quiet in a way that I think most people don't understand. A lot of people can thrive in it, and sometimes you will thrive in it. Having that quiet and peace and that privacy in your space that is only yours is really nice. However, there is also like a quiet that comes with it that may be very jarring for people who are not used to being left alone, or people who have lived their whole lives or are very accustomed to having people around them. And again, that feeling of like, oh, what happens if you have no medicine and you're sick and you didn't get to buy any? That applies to most other things. You have a problem and you live alone. You can always call a person, yes, but you can't always expect to be like, it's not as convenient as like going to the other room and being like, hey, I have a problem. You know, like for me, for example, if I can't open something like a bottle or jar or anything else that I don't have the strength to open, I have nobody to ask to do that. And I will have to figure out a way to creatively open that by myself. I gotta deal with it. The toilet is busted? I could probably call a repair person, but what if it gets busted at 3 a.m.? Who's gonna deal with that? Me. If something gets set on fire at 2 a.m. in the morning, no one is going to deal with that except me. You always have to consider this. At the same time, I feel like it sounds kind of like a horror story, but I feel like it's gonna teach you a lot of things about yourself, and I feel like it'll make you think a lot differently about the people around you and about the world around you. I feel like you realize a lot of things when you live alone, I think. Buy stuff that's meant for many people and ration it out for yourself. Learning to butcher it. Exactly. Yeah, that too. There are a lot of different ways to go about cooking for yourself. Thank you for that, by the way. Are we allowed to just send one question? I mean, you're allowed to send multiple, but just one is ideal. Please don't make Bear fix the toilet. No! He doesn't do anything. He doesn't even pay rent. All he does is sleep. All he does is sleep. Why is she buying half a mango? No, I would buy 3, okay? Also, hi Tips! Thank you so much for sharing the info. Hello Cliff! Hello Mocha Tail Sands. Greetings! Hi, I'm so sorry. I just bothered to look. Hello 404! Hello 404. We would be here all stream. Freezer is a good investment. Yeah, freezing things that you meal prep is very good. When I buy spring onions, half of them go bad. It's like a bundle of 10 stalks. That's a lot! A bundle of 10 stalks is really bad. That's true. You know what? Something you can do with spring onions, I think you can freeze them, actually. I think you can freeze spring onions. I know you can freeze onions, too. Yeah. Anyway. Oh! That's very helpful. Okay, that's good. Teach people how to preserve certain ingredients. That is true. You know who was my friend when I first started figuring out a lot of things? Whenever I don't know how to do anything, it might sound really scary. A lot of the stuff I was talking about might sound really intimidating and scary, but honestly, if you have the internet, Google is your friend. You can always, if you don't know something, if you want to learn how to do something, if you're unsure of something, you want to figure out creative ways, look it up. Most of the time, thank God, at least for like home cooking stuff especially, there's a lot of stuff out there, a lot of resources, a lot of guides, videos, etc. And you don't necessarily have to follow them all by the book, but they can all have a lot of useful tips, like even some... Okay, I'll be very honest with you. I didn't grow up being taught anything about cooking, meal prep, house, whatever. Like, I had to learn a lot of things by myself. So whenever I learned any new skill about literally anything, it was most likely something that I learned off of either practice by just doing it, or I looked it up and I put it into practice. Never be ashamed to look something up. And when you look stuff up, you will eventually find a way to apply it to yourself, because it's a very case-to-case basis, you know? Yay! This is Internet Mouse here. I don't think I'm going through something that's very demanding, but I still wanted to ask you, what are some really cool hobbies and activities you enjoy doing? Cool hobbies? I like to play video game on internet and speak to people in text in chat. Who's the teddy bear? That's my bear! This is the mascot of this channel. This is my bear. Say hi to bear, everybody. Ryan, can you fix my washing machine? No, why did you break it? Why did you break it? Why did you break it, huh? Your favorite job... Okay, next question, sorry. Next question. Your favorite job class in an RPG? Answer will probably be used for future research. Oh. My favorite job/class in an RPG? This is quite hard to answer. I feel like it depends on the game. But I think in more recent years, I've really been leaning into tank, warrior, melee adjacent classes. Because I like the feeling of being useful to everybody and helping out.
Nice.
I enjoy the feeling of kind of taking the lead. No, maybe not taking the lead, but I enjoy the feeling of just what's the word? I'm not really scared to go in. You know, balls deep as we speak. Do you enjoy playing Mage in Elden Ring? I did, but that was because of Recluse and Night Rain, okay? But back in the day, I enjoyed playing debuff classes. I really liked playing classes that were a little bit more unique, that seemed like they played interesting. So these days, if there is something that is like a non-typical class, a non-typical playstyle that's a little bit more hybrid in an RPG, I will probably show some interest in that, because, you know, if it seems like it's interesting, unusual, kind of like Scholar in Night Rain or Duchess in Night Rain, I will also feel inclined to enjoy those. I feel like it really depends, but if you want like a very generic one, I mean, I'm a knight for a reason. I'm a knight for a reason, yeah. I'm starting my own website that relates to fandom, and this work as my kind of job resume as an artist, writer, and video editor. Is there any advice when it comes to getting a job you want? if you're trying to build your own portfolio, and you're building a portfolio that can probably help you get a job that you want, just keep, you know, if you have a website and you're adding your work to it, that is basically your portfolio already. So that will always be helpful for jobs that require skills as an artist, skills for writing, skills with video editing. If you have things that you've accomplished, just fill up the website and I feel like that whole thing will speak to you. I've seen so many people who have beautiful websites and portfolios that let their art speak for them. Honestly, for art related jobs, visual related jobs, the best way to get the job you want is just to have things that people can already look at, because that's the biggest reason somebody would hire you, for jobs that are related to that. There's not really any more advice than that, I think. And I think if you have a portfolio, then you can review it and you can look at it and think, what about it, you know, like, does it have an identity? Would people have a reason to hire me specifically? Is it presentable? I guess that's the most advice I can give about that. Also, if you have a website, make sure that the info about yourself is very clear. Make sure that, you know, you present a very quick and easy to understand representation of you. Yeah. Next question. Hello there, Ryan. I realize you probably have an enormous backlog of games at the moment between the next Castlevania, Resident Evils, Where Winds Meet, Elden Ring, Night Rain. Could I suggest a few cozy games for you to check out? Unsure how you feel about turn-based, but Disgaea is a JRPG about demons trying to become the Netherworld's next overlord. The humor is out there, but in a good way. I can see you either thinking it's amazing or meh. Either way, I'd recommend for you to check it out. I mean, I played Suikoden. Turn-based is like not a problem at all. I'm unsure how you feel about Ratchet and Clank, but this one isn't a typical RAC game. Ratchet Deadlocked has a darker tone where Ratchet and Clank are imprisoned and have to fight their way up an increasingly tough ladder of enemies. You slowly get weapon upgrades and unlock new planets. It veers away from traditional platforming and focuses on combat. Maybe check it out if you need something to play. It's something I can keep in mind. Although, with regards to like platformy, old school type games, I'm not sure about how much I feel inclined to play them apart from like Spyro, because that one is special to me. But apart from that, you know, there are only so many games I can play. And at the moment, admittedly, I would like to be able to focus on things that I feel are my strengths, that I also enjoy, that I also think would help me be a little bit more cohesive as a creator to people who are trying to find people. I mean, what's the word? I want to do a lot of things, but at the same time, I'm also trying to achieve a goal. And I think that being able to stay a little bit more, just you know, having some variety is still possible, obviously. And I'd still like to be able to try new things if I'm interested in them. But I feel like I can only fit so many things into that, and I can only do so many other random variety things. Yeah. Also, with regards to like cozy game, Night Rain and Elden Ring and Resident Evil are very cozy to me. I'm just gonna say to you right now, no matter how you might think of it, those things are like those things are very comfortable to me. Yeah. At this point. Okay, Resident Evil maybe not, but Souls games? It's like, that's very comfortable. Especially Night Rain. Especially Dark Souls 3. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like I said, there are a lot of things I'd like to try, a lot of things that I know people want to see me play, but at the same time, I am also trying to think practically, and I'm also trying to, I guess, have an identity first as a creator, as a VTuber. Variety is one thing, but I understand that variety only mostly really works for people who may already have an established thing. And I am just still a little guy, and I'm still on my way to that journey. So I feel like I'm in a place where it's important for me to find my niche first and build on that. Also, thank you, Sailor! Thank you, have a good day! Thank you very much. I saw your chat earlier. Wait. Let me go back to it. I didn't get to read it out loud. Wait, where was it? I will read your message, your question. Have you played Spark in the Dark? No, I don't know what that is. You find hardcore games. They're not hardcore. Those games are not hardcore. Okay, next question. I'm concerned that my introvertedness prevents me from taking bigger steps in life, mainly to find a girlfriend. Any advice on just finding people in general? I've tried dating apps but cannot be consistent and convinced they aren't the way. Okay. So, a lot of the issues about people meeting new people, especially for, romantic relationships, I think, one of the biggest reasons why people are struggling with finding people these days is because most people are so chronically online one way or another and do not really have a place where they socialize and meet people face to face on a more personal level. Not everybody, obviously, but a lot of people tend to be like that, and that's just how society and culture has kind of changed, because a lot of things are just convenient and people don't really have too much of a reason to go out of their way to go outside and then like sit down and do stuff together, so that's one reason why, okay? And understanding the reason, these kinds of like reasons how and why people have seemingly less and less opportunities to meet organically is very important, because I think it helps you put things into perspective, that sometimes it's not so much that there are no people or that you suck or that everyone sucks. It's just that sometimes people just don't have the opportunities to meet. And that's the only way that people will become friends or will become more than friends and anything else, People have to meet. People have to have a place where their connections begin. Mind you, there's nothing wrong with having a connection that starts from something on the internet or from a video game or from Discord or from mutual friends or even from saying hi at a common place, like maybe like the gym, a convention, some other hobby, etc. I guess one of the pieces of advice that I could give about finding people or meeting people is either mutual friends, mutual spaces, communities, hobbies, whether it's offline or online. Dating apps are just another means of people finding other people who are interested in meeting outright, just to speed up that process, because it is harder to like just randomly meet people outside because people don't even go outside anymore. But also, dating apps are filled with a lot of people who only want to play around. If you want something serious, you have to make it very clear. If you're going to use an app situation, if you're going to use an app to find people to date, you have to be very clear about your intentions to weed a lot of people out, and you have to be very explicit about filtering people out. But if you have trouble with being consistent on it and speaking to people online, if you feel like you're a bad texter, you're a dry texter, then maybe it's not for you, because it does require its own type of effort. Something that I know somebody has done is that some people will find people that they probably think that they might like even just a little on the app, Meet them for coffee. Very simple, very mundane thing. You don't really lose anything. You're just gonna go out and drink coffee. Sit down, have coffee with someone. If the conversation works, then maybe you can go out another time or like keep talking. I don't know, like on a messaging app, whatever, Discord. If not, then you just drank coffee and you can move on your way. Very simple. Another thing is that I think a lot of people overthink this, which is understandable because there's always horror stories on the internet. But people are still a lot more normal than you think they are out there. Despite how spooky it might seem, people are still a lot more normal than you think, and everybody is just equally scared as you are. So as an introvert, to a fellow introvert, although I might not be in the same kind of place where I'm looking for stuff like that, I feel like I'm a very lonely person, so my problem is very similar, except I have a problem like this, but for looking for friends. And it is true to some degree that your introvertedness can prevent you from finding human connection. You really have to be the one to take steps to put yourself out there. If you really want something to happen, if you really want that human connection, you have to be the one to take the steps to put yourself out there. This is a really stupid comparison maybe for real life people, but I signed up to a bunch of VTuber servers where I would be forced to interact with dozens of other people that I had never known. Even if it was only roleplay, I still had to interact with people that I didn't know. And that's a start. Before I was reborn as a knight in this universe, I used to be on VR chat, and I forced myself to speak to strangers, even if I was like actually shaking and palpitating behind the screen. Because that was the only way that I would learn how to talk to people again. And if you have the courage to ask this question, and you know, you're clearly, you have that desire, then you have that courage, I think, to like find a way that you think is appropriate for you to step forward and take steps to find somebody that you might like, you know? Yeah! I'm not worried about them being normal. I'm worried about me being normal. Honestly, most people are really normal. And also exceptionally, like, different. You never know with people. You'll never know. There are a lot of people who are very normal. There are a lot of people that are very unique and strange and live crazy lives. But ultimately, at the end of the day, whatever you do, you'll never know if you never get out there, if you don't start something. So honestly, it's really, I get it. I really get it. Like, the first thing you have to do is just to go. Just go. Just do something. Just like take the first leap, because that's the only way you'll see what's actually there. Yeah. Palpitating? No, I'm so serious. I was like deadass, like, you know? Obviously, all the things I said apply, but also, you know, like, use your common sense, use your intuition, use your gut. Be safe, and you know, be careful, don't get catfish, etc. I feel like those things don't need to be said, you get it. Hi, Sci-Fry! Oh my god! I'm so sorry, I just saw your chat, I was so caught up in, Oh my god, hello, good morning. Thank you for being here. I was so caught up in giving my opinion about the question was being asked. But thank you for being here. Hi, my guy. How are you? What up? Hi, Cody. Hi. It seems to be there are as many opportunities as before, but the need has decreased. Nowadays, it's possible to live well on your own, and strong connections have weakened. To some degree, that is kind of true, Demon Calm. I kind of get what you mean. I feel like people don't have as much of a reason to, like, huddle together, maybe. Because, like, why do you need to go out to meet with your friends when you can go on Discord, right? In a way, it's kind of like that. But, you know, like I said, you never know will you meet people. You never know will you will be able to find people that, you know, you might be romantically interested in, or people that can make good friends. ultimately, you know, the more you do, the more you put yourself out there, the more things you try doing, the more you'll have opportunities that will open up for these connections to happen. You know? Yeah. Don't worry, question asker, I'm also super introverted. Yeah. Yeah. Basic question, no advice. What is your favorite type of bear? My favorite type of bear. The one on my right. That's my favorite type of bear. My favorite type of bear is the one on my right. The one on your screen right now. That's my favorite type of bear. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. It's the only answer. I'm being held at gunpoint. Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, or night, depending on what time you read this. Hello, Ryan. Let me preface this by saying I'm aware this isn't what the purpose of this marshmallows are, but I figured I'd throw it out there anyways. If you run out of songs to sing for karaoke and don't want to repeat a lot of them, I have some suggestions. Keep in mind you already shot down all of these either because you didn't know them or you didn't think you could sing them properly. With that in mind, I figured I'd list them out if you wanted something new for karaoke. Obviously, only do this if you wanted to, but I thought if the main reason you couldn't sing is because you weren't familiar, maybe you could check them off stream and learn one or two of them. And there is a list here. Aha! Thank you for these suggestions. I do think that some of these will be very fun to sing the next time I do karaoke. I just take a while before I feel confident enough to sing something. Like I have to really feel like I'm familiar enough with a song to sing it. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for this little list. If you were able to choose a fictional franchise / universe, which one would you prefer to live on? What about the least likely to be in or outright don't want to be on? Fictional franchise or universe? Can I live in Elden Ring? Can I live... Listen. Listen, maybe this is a little bit self-indulgent. Also, thank you for the follow, Sci-Fi. Thank you for the follow, Art Wolf. Thank you. Oh, wait. Elden Ring? Yeah, no. I want to live in Elden Ring. Thank you. I'd probably Elden Ring or... fictional franchise or universe. Fictional friend. I'm thinking really hard right now. My brain. I'm sorry. Okay, my brain is like being very self-indulgent right now, and I want to say Elden Ring. I want to say Elden Ring. Are you sure that universe is just nothing but misery, LMAO? Well, it's not like life already isn't like that. You know? Also, I personally think it's cool. Also, it is awful, but you also have like... with great suffering comes great potential. Very hard to like put into words. You're gonna goon. You're going to disappear into the fucking void. Let's see. No, like I'm really trying to think about it. Choose a fictional universe. Listen, Elden Ring at least isn't fear and hunger. Okay? Let me just put that into perspective for you. Elden Ring at least is not fear and hunger. Okay? And just because the world is decaying does not mean that it's the end of the world. Oh, you know what actually would be really sick as hell? I want to say Resident Evil. Just kidding. Obviously not. Not Resident Evil. Wow. I'm so like soul spilled that my brain is like, oh, that's really nice. That place looks really cool, really moldy, but very cool. I want to live there. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I don't know. That's really hard. Fictional universe, fictional universe. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. It's pretty bad. I know Mesmer is. It's not because Mesmer is hot. Elden Ring is the kind of world where a lot of things are awful, but I feel like you also actually have the potential and the ability to take things in your own hands, even if it will take a lot. You will suffer a lot, but at least you know, you as the Tarnished, you have the opportunity, you see yourself, you know, you as the player character, if you go into Elden Ring, like the Tarnished starts out in Elden Ring, you know, and you go from 0 to like God, that it isn't suffering, yes, but
Sees Khaled.
if you have
this
that,
is awesome __ Raian smile.
thank you very much, Nico. Also, that reminds me, earlier, Crabboard, thank you also for the membership earlier, Crabboard. I'm so sorry, I just remembered, it just came back to me. Hello, Aaron, hello. Sorry I'm taking so long on this. I'm genuinely trying to think about it. I feel like I'm just cooked, guys. A little bit more friendly? I don't necessarily want to live in a friendly universe per se. That might also be because I'm just used to it. But... Elder Scrolls? I don't know. If I lived in Elder Scrolls, it'd be kind of boring a little bit. Elder Scrolls feels like it's fun when you're playing it, but realistically, that world, the life in that world feels very slow. Tamriel is gonna be buggy. Tamriel is gonna be buggy? Elder Scrolls is okay. I'm not against it. It's just... Huh. I feel like I'll have to go back to this question later. Why is this such a hard question to answer? This is so hard. If we lived in Elden Ring, we get eaten by a lobster on day 2, and that would be that. Well, that's... You see, you need confidence, okay? You need confidence. Okay? That's why thinking like this is exactly what's gonna get you eaten by a lobster. Okay? Thinking like this is exactly why you will get eaten by a lobster. How about the quiet and cozy town of Silent Hill? If I lived in Silent Hill, those hills would not be silent for very long. I'm just saying. If you know what I mean. If I lived in Silent Hill, I'm just saying those hills, them hills would no longer be silent for long, if you know what I mean. Anyway, moving on. Next question before we carry on. Next question. I love you and I miss you. Ooh. Thank you, strange anonymous person. Ooh. Yeah. Next question. It's been so long since I saw you first fall off a cliff in a Souls game. There's been a lot of ups and downs since then, but you're still here. Compared to back then, how do you see yourself now? Improvements, faults, a new goal, new opportunities, more changes, more of the same, more awesomeness? Compared to back then, how do I see myself now? There are some improvements in that I feel like definitely... For example, my audio has improved a lot, my ability to speak has improved a lot, I've become more comfortable with just speaking with my normal voice. I do have some faults in that I feel like I was a lot more patient and a lot more chill and a lot more zen and non-rage baitable back in the day, and I feel like I need to return to that state of absolute zen again. Definitely, I used to think that I would never even reach 10,000 subscribers, but we've reached that point and we're at 11k now. Congratulations. Yay! I've had many opportunities just in the past year alone, and I hope for many new more changes. Possibly another, possibly a re-debut in the future. I don't know when. But how I see myself now is there are some improvements here and there, but I'd like to hope that I am still the same. And I'd like to think that the only real difference is that I feel like I've become more comfortable in being just me and have really found myself again, and that I don't know. I would like to think that I haven't really changed that much, and I'm still me. I'm still the same old guy. I still fall off cliffs. But hey, I can farm bosses a lot better now. Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. You know who it is, cowboy emoji. What's your favorite archaeological site off the top of your head? You're allowed to Google one if none come to mind, lol. Archaeological site? I know who this is, by the way. Shout out to Iman. My favorite archaeologist. I can't pronounce English words. Shout out to my favorite archaeologist, Iman. Hi. Favorite archaeological site is hard to say, but I can't pretend that I'm very cultured and that I know a lot of things, but off the top of my head, I think it's really hard to say because I think all of them are very cool in a way. I don't think I have a favorite, okay? I don't think I have a favorite because they're all very interesting, because they all hold some level of history. If I had the opportunity to see every single archaeological site there is, I would be equally fascinated. I would be looking at every single one of these places and be like, wow, that's really cool. So it's very hard for me to say, oh, I like this one, or I think this one's my favorite. I don't think I would have the ability to say that I have a favorite one. Although I do think the I forget the name of the guy. Something Huang, I think. It's a Chinese emperor's grave with the terracotta warriors. I don't know if anybody knows what the hell I'm talking about. Just Google terracotta warriors China or whatever. It's like this giant grave burial site thing for this big general. And obviously it's in China. They found the grave and the place, but the problem there is they don't know any more about it. They never actually opened up the place past like the entrance. The reason for that is apparently either, I don't actually know what the concrete reason is. The reason is apparently because either A, there's mercury in the grave itself, and if they open it up, it's dangerous, it's a health hazard. either there's two. Yeah, Qin Shi Huang, that one. I don't even know how to pronounce that properly. There's apparently either a lot of mercury in there, which is why they're not fully researching it, or it's too fragile that if they opened it up, they're afraid that a lot of whatever is in there would no longer be preserved as it is and will just get destroyed. So like, they'd rather just leave it as it is. That's obviously his Warhammer figures is crazy! That is crazy. I don't know, I just think it's really aura to have like 9 million statues around you while you're like lay there dead. What if you could only go to one? Maybe... Oh, I really want to... I don't know if it's an archaeological site. If I could only go to one, I really want to see the... I don't know what it's called. Does it count as in an archaeological site? The I mean, I guess the pyramids is very easy to answer, because there's a lot of stuff to see there. And it's a great piece of evidence about what humankind is capable of. I mean, aren't humans amazing? If you think back and you look at archaeology, it kind of reminds you about how quirky and how unique and how amazing human beings are. The limits of human ingenuity and capability are amazing. Like, people can do amazing things with so little. Nowadays, though, it's like you draw a stick figure and like, oh, Grok, draw a stick figure. Oh, sorry. Anyway. People were building pyramids one time, my guy. People used to build pyramids. I want to remind you, people used to build pyramids. You fucking dogs. Just kidding. Sorry. I got a little bit passionate there for like 3 seconds. Everybody, I'd like to remind you, human beings used to carve stone out of the walls. Hello, bing bong, ding dong. Ding 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 ding, ring 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 ring. People used to build pyramids. We used to cut off heads and roll them from the top of Aztec and Mayan civilization buildings. Everybody wake up. Hello. Nowadays, you can't even draw a fucking stick figure without giving up. Are you really gonna give up, you fucking idiot? Just kidding. Don't give up, everybody. Your ancestors used to build pyramids. I'm sorry. I got a little excited there. Anyway. Oh yeah, is it Machu Picchu? Actually, wait. There's a specific, Mayan... yeah, okay, it is Machu Picchu. So, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard of Machu Picchu, but I don't think a lot of people realize why that one is specifically so crazy. If you look up Machu Picchu, my guy, those ruins, the shocking thing about that for me is that they're so high up the mountain. They are so high up. It is like literally on a cliffside. That is crazy. If you look it up, I think a lot of people don't realize how high up it is. It's like, how did you? It's like, wow, you know? That must have been so majestic at its peak. I think that is legitimately crazy. Anyway, before I got before my train of thought disappeared because I have weird ADHD or something. Another thing I want to see, I don't know if it counts as an archaeological site, but you know those giant like crop circle type things? No, not a crop circle. There's something like that but in the desert. Wait. You know those like patterns in the desert that look like alien imagery? I forgot what you call it. Nazca lines. Thank you, Nazca lines. That one. Yes. I really want to see that. I want to see those. Yeah, I want to see those. Dude, that is so sick. So if you don't know what the Nazca lines are, I don't know if this counts as an archaeological site. I guess it does, right? The Nazca lines are these giant geoglyphs. They're like they're like literally like drawings, giant drawings carved into the earth. By ancient peoples. And they're really, really huge. So big that you really need to be on a plane to... You need to be on a plane to see it. Cool giant symbols. It's cool, right? It's like, wow, they drew a bird. It's a fucking spider. Wow, it's a frog. And then you realize how high and how big these are. You realize how big these are, and it's like, how did they make it? You know? These drawings are the size of your mother. It really makes you think, like, how did they do it? It is amazing what people are capable of, again. You know? Nowadays, human effort is poured into drawing furry art. Just kidding. I'm joking! Please don't get mad at me. Furries are very, 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 very... skilled people a lot of the time, actually. They're like 1k square kilometer. Yeah, they're huge. You know, imagine this is the type of thing that people would spend 1,000 hours on of their life, and nowadays people are spending thousands of hours on League of Legends. This is truly what we've become as a society. No, I know what you mean, Lenny. People still make cool things. People still do make cool things. That is true. The Raian Valerius channel. Enormous ships. We make incredibly intricate electronics where we measure widths and not. That is true. I mean, human ingenuity still exists. People back then also spent thousands of hours scratching their butts. That is true. Hey, what's the problem with League? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, thank you for this question. That was very interesting. It's a bit unfair to compare modern people with people from the past. For them, their work was from birth to death, from father to son. So it is with us. I think it's just a little bit different. It's not that different. I feel like it's the same. Hello, Meowdekaiser. I love your name. That is true though, Demon Calm. You totally have a point. Obviously, I'm just joking. But yeah, I get it. Okay, next thing here. Glad to know that Hikaru is one of your greatest influences. I just want to let you know that you have a fan art from someone who worked on the upcoming Raian anime. Oh my god, really? Fan art from someone who worked on the upcoming Raian anime. Worked on the anime? Really? How? Like, were you is this person an animator? Or, do I know the art? Have I seen the art? Who? What? Does it exist already? Or, have I not seen it yet? Is it in progress? Is it, I mean, not that I'm putting pressure or that I'm expecting it to be there, but have I, like, what are we talking about? What art are we talking about? Oh! Thank you so much for the raid on Twitch, Mira! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Nice to meet you. Hello Raiders. My name is Raian Valerius. I am a night VTuber and I like to sing and play Souls-like games. Did you just finish playing Minecraft? Oh my god! Oh, my notice came in really late. Thank you so much for the raid. Excuse me. I keep burping. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Right now, I'm doing a Q&A advice question stream. Feel free to stay if you would like. Hydrate. Don't forget to rest if you need to. Eat if you have to. Feel free to raid and run. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Shout out. Yay. I'm sorry it's 2 a.m. I gotta go pass out. Have fun. Thank you. Sleep well. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the Minecraft server very much. Yeah. I hope I ran into you. I feel like I've seen you a little bit, but I was also like in the process of like passing out when I would see you come on. Have a good one. Thank you very much. Yay. Let's see. What was I saying? Right, Magic Knight Rare. This is, for the people who don't know, this is Magic Knight Rare. This is what was being mentioned in the marshmallow. This is what was being mentioned in the marshmallow that got sent to me now. Hikaru is the character that is the one with the red outfit and the pink hair. And she's one of the biggest, if not like the main inspiration for me. Yeah. She's like a really big inspiration to me. If you can't tell, we look really similar. This is how I found out there's a new yeah, there's a new one. It's coming out this year, allegedly. Welcome, Diamond Dragon. This is a old shoujo magical girl anime that also is isekai that is gonna get a remake this year, allegedly. Who is this? I'm sorry to ask. I mean, obviously, if you're anonymous and you don't want to know, you don't want to let me know, and you don't want to say anything, that's fine. But I'm just really curious now. Now I'm like, fan art from someone who worked. Who? What fan art? Have I seen it? Which one? But thank you. I'm happy somebody knows the reference. Next question. Hi, Hefe. Hope you had a nice day. Next week, I'm moving from my hometown for work. This is Lucas. Hi, Lucas. It will be my first time having a full-time job and living alone. Do you have any advice or motivational words? Thanks. Aww. Thank you for the gifts of Demon Con. Okay. So, if it's your first time having a full-time job and living alone, I absolutely do have advice for you because I know what this feels like very much, okay? This is a step in your life where a lot of things are gonna feel very intimidating. You're gonna go through a lot of changes. It's probably going to be a little bit exhausting at first. You're gonna feel really like worn out, you know, a little bit. It's very good if you can remain in shape and healthy at this time in your life because you're really going to need the physical energy. Getting into a full-time job for the first time and living alone and having to manage your own personal responsibilities by yourself, completely alone, is an experience that if you're not used to doing everything by yourself already, and then you get the full-time job on top of it, you will get very exhausted for a while and you're gonna feel very burnt out, I think. A lot of people go through this and get shocked when they get their first-time job. You hear it all the time. People don't realize what a full-time job is like for the most part, I think, until they actually get down in the trenches. And then they realize why adults are so drained and dead. Not everyone, obviously. Some people thrive at work. But, and I don't want to scare you, of course. I'm just saying, you know, you have to prepare yourself mentally. It is possibly going to be a big shift from your usual routine. You will have to get used to a lot of things. You're probably going to be physically tired a lot. So at the least you can do is to keep your mind healthy, stay positive, you know, and you will eventually get used to that routine. You just have to find the balance of staying healthy, being able to manage your time well, so that you can finish all of the things you need to do for yourself at home, your chores, responsibilities, doing your job, managing your commute or anything if you have a commute, and managing the experience of living alone. I feel like it's also equally as exciting as it is a little bit stressful. This is a time of your life where you learn a lot about yourself and you learn a lot about everything, basically. So, you know, I think the biggest piece of advice is, you know, just have courage. Don't be scared. It's just life. Everything is temporary and you will adapt. People are so much more adaptable than you think. And so are you. So, as long as you are responsible and you manage yourself, your finances well, and you show up for your job, and you adapt to it, and you do your best to keep up with as much as you can, I'm pretty sure you can do it. If I did it, I'm pretty sure you absolutely can, Lucas, because, you know, now that I obviously know this is you, because I exactly know how you type and how you talk. If I could do it, absolutely believe that you can do it, Lucas, because you are very smart. You are very, very smart. You are such a bright, lively person to be around. You're very positive, I think, and you have such a good energy about you. So I definitely think that you, of all people, can definitely do it. You know? And I am cheering on you! And Chad is cheering on you! You got this, my guy. You absolutely got this, okay? Mighty Nine, my friends. Enjoy! I'll probably get your answer maybe later, RB, because there's quite a lot. I don't know how many. But have fun, RB. Have a good one. Yeah, some people are drained during and after work. Some people, they end up enjoying their job. Some people, maybe their job is exhausting, but they end up becoming friends with the people at their work, and they enjoy the community and the environment in their work. It's a lot of it is gonna be a very big learning experience for you, and you'll only find out as you go along. So, you know, I wish you the best of luck. I really believe you can do it, though. You are very capable, you're very smart, and you're very kind and very positive. So you know, honestly, if I could get through whatever I've gone through, you absolutely can. Okay, next one. I need your advice. A VTuber I followed and supported both in spirit and financially for more than 2 years, that I had a great friendly relationship with this entire time, suddenly, out of nowhere, just blocked/banned me from their streams. No explanation, no reason given. When I tried to contact them via their available contact options to see what had happened or ask if I'd done anything wrong, they simply aren't responding and appear to be ghosting me. Nothing happened between us. There wasn't any sort of issue prior to this, or any reason I can think of as to why they just suddenly do this to someone with zero explanation. Especially a fan that's been with them and supporting them for such a long time. What should I do? As a streamer yourself, can you think of any reason why a streamer would start treating their fans in such a way? Was I just a source of donos to them rather than the person? And they just got bored of me or something? Why do this with zero explanation given? Well, first of all, one thing here that makes me kinda, a little bit. What's the word? One very delicate thing that I think a lot of people understand but is very difficult to say out loud is that you were never owed an explanation, and it is never their responsibility to it is never a responsibility of a person to explain, especially the streamer, to explain why you've been banned or removed or anything like that. That's one thing that is very harsh to absorb, but that is a thing across the board that is a thing for a lot of people. Practically everyone. Right? However, the thing that makes me go a little bit question mark here is that you had to highlight both in spirit and financially. The fact that there's a highlight there about and financially, as if that's supposed to make it more special, or like, oh, I financially supported you. How could you do this to me? I did nothing wrong. First of all, giving anything financially does not absolve you of any wrongdoing. Financial support in any amount, any capability does not absolve you or give you an additional privilege. And you are no different from everybody else. Even the people who have never spent a single cent. Okay. First, before I give my full opinion about this, I wanna genuinely know, what does chat think? What do you guys think? Can you guys think of a reason why a streamer would do this, where they just ban somebody? Let me repeat this part of the question. Nothing happened. There wasn't any sort of issue prior to this, or any reason I can think of as to why they'd suddenly do this with zero explanation. Especially as a fan that's been with them and supporting them for such a long time. What should I do? Hello, thank you for the first time chat. Throbbing Sausig, that name is crazy. The most likely truth, in my opinion, is they're not including everything in the question, but there are also cases of streamer getting an ick and deciding to act on it. That is true. If a streamer gets an ick and decides to act on it, clearly something happened. They wouldn't get banned. If someone banned you, reflect and move on. We need to know the full context on this. After your last stream, I tried to act neutral and apologize in your next stream, but my chat did not appear on your stream and made me thought you hate me. So the thing there, Zero, for you is, in your case, you did a big no-no after very clear warnings on YouTube, right? Sorry to like give you as an example here, but Zero Online here on Twitch had done a no-no on YouTube, which is basically like spoiler backseating all in one twice in a row after I told them not to do it. And while I don't think that they are ever malicious, they're just very excitable. It is very frustrating, and I explicitly said, do not do it. Stop it. They still did it. Shadow Realm, right? But I didn't do that on Twitch, but when I started double streaming on Twitch, and then they apologized to me this way, and I see how they are, and I accept it. You know? You only get banned for doing something. Like, sure, they've been nice, but it's suffocating. That happened to me for Ryan first month, if I recall correct. What do you mean? Fan impersonator. I don't think this is an impersonation situation. There's also a possibility that they've been warned but never took it to heart. It sucks that they weren't told what happened. They cannot reflect. That is one thing, but also like for a lot of things, I don't think that it should never be the streamers. Like, streamers are not your mother, and you are an adult. We want to assume that everybody who's watching a streamer, especially a VTuber in this space, is somebody who's an adult with a brain that can self-regulate and reflect. Thanks, made it myself. I love throbbing sausage is very on brand. This sounds like a username I would have come up with. I'm sorry. Could have blocked many other people too, maybe. Got banned on YouTube for some reason. No. Getting banned on YouTube, I think some of you I accidentally before, like even Barry, I think I accidentally. Jet and Escape are people who I accidentally clicked the ban on because I misclicked. And I realized it. I think I got banned for using too many emotes. No! I accidentally banned a few people early on because I misclicked a lot. I remember apologizing for that. But yeah. I'm sorry! Anyway. One thing I can say, okay, about this question is one thing. Number one, I know who this is. I don't know if you guys can tell, if some of you might be able to tell who this is because you can't read it, but, or because I'm reading it out loud so you can't tell. But I can tell who this is. I know who this is. Or maybe I'm just very good at understanding who it is. But if I am correct, which I think I am, what's the topic here? Okay, we're answering anonymous question and answer things. Wait, what happened? Okay, here's the question. Let me read it again, okay, from the top. A VTuber I've followed and supported, both in spirit and financially, for more than 2 years now, and that I had a great friendly relationship with this entire time, suddenly, out of nowhere, just blocked/banned me from their streams. No explanation, no reason given. When I tried to contact them via their available contact options to see what had happened / asked if I'd done anything wrong, they simply aren't responding and appear to be ghosting me. Nothing happened between us. There wasn't any sort of issue prior to this. Or any reason I can think of as to why they'd suddenly do this with zero explanation, especially as a fan that's been with them and supporting them for such a long time. What should I do? As a streamer yourself, can you think of any reason why a streamer would start thinking their fans in such a way? Would start treating their fans in such a way? Was I just a source of donos to them rather than a person and they just got bored of me or something? Why do this with zero explanation given? So, now like I said, I know who this is. I know who you are, probably. I don't know if they are watching. But the one thing I can say is, I have been very... I want to believe strongly that I am very patient. I am really, really patient. And as much as possible, I try to see the context and the way that people think when they say things. I think that a lot of times, a lot of people in chat... I'm not gonna name people because I think that would be putting them on the... I don't want to put people in the hot seat, you know. But there are a few people in chat, both people who've been here for years, and there are people in chat who've been here for years, people who are a little bit more new. Like it doesn't matter how long you've been here. There are people excuse me, who I haven't chosen to ban yet, but they say things that are very like upsetting or very like icky, and like, why would you say that? Excuse me, sorry for the sneeze. There are some people who have been here for a while, and like, I know you and I think you're an okay person, you're a nice person, you're a good person, but also like you say things that make me want to like blow you up with the power of my mind. But at the same time, I try to have discernment about knowing that this person doesn't have any malicious intent, typically, or that they say some things, you know, but it's like, okay, they say it like once a year, you know? That is very different from trying to be really understanding and patient of how somebody is, and the way that they speak and may say things, the way that they think. And I'd like to think that I'm very patient, but there is a point where you're like, well, I don't know if you just do not realize what comes out of your mouth. I don't know if you just don't realize what it is you are saying, and how tactless and thoughtless the things that you say to people are in their chat. But you cannot just expect to behave like, oh, nothing happened, I don't know what I did, there wasn't any issue. Really stop and think about what goes out of your... like, stop and think about what you are saying. Deadass. You are grown. And if you cannot realize what is wrong and what is hurtful and what is tactless about what is coming out of your mouth, you know, to the point that even when you have already been given a chance to come back, not once, but twice, which perhaps you did not even realize, and you still continued to behave the way you do, and speak the way you do, and conduct yourself the way you do, you have a problem. Read the room. Learn to be appropriate. Have some tact. I do not know how else to say this in a way that does not make me explode. I'm low-key exploding. This is low-key rage baiting me because, like, do you not see the way that you speak is very hurtful? The way that you say things and the things that come out of your mouth when you type have no tact. You cannot expect somebody to not feel very hurt by things you say when you like to make comparisons a lot. When you talk like you are an expert on the industry, quote unquote. We are indies. I am literally a who. I am a nobody. And you are behaving like you are some guy who knows what the hell is going on. Who are you? Who am I? And why do you talk like you are some big whoever? Listen to your... You are literally... like, this is like... you talk like the most jobless person on the internet. Like, read whatever you are saying. Not to mention, there is never no reason for somebody to remove you from their chat. There is always a reason. People do not ban you for no reason. People do not remove you outright for no reason. Okay? There is a reason why. There is always a reason why, no matter who it is. The only difference with me is I do not have mods. I do all of this myself. So if you are gone, either you outright said some crazy ass shit out the gate, or you have been saying things one at a time, little by little over time, that have slowly become intolerable because you are too comfortable with saying things that are really, really insensitive and really tactless. Tactless is like the best word I can describe. You like to make comparisons about people that you watch. You like to say very tactless things such as, and I quote, "You're not somebody that I would spend a membership or subscription on because I don't really watch you, or you're not really at a time that I watch. Except I just do this for only one VTuber." Why would you have to say that? Have you stopped to think about what this makes a person feel? Do you have the empathy and self-reflection to think about this? What do you mean there wasn't any sort of issue? Mind you, people speak to each other. Creators, VTubers speak to one another. And this is not the first time you say some shit like this to people. Okay? This is not the first time you talk like this to people. And I have been told this. People talk. Okay? But until something actually happens in that moment and you do something, I'm not going to judge you. Even if somebody says something to me as oh, this person is like a little bit like this, like, I'd be careful. Even if somebody says that, until I see that, I will always give somebody the benefit of the doubt. But you do not seem to see what is wrong with you. And I cannot be the one to have to sit down and deal with that. Because it is a lot. If you're unable to come to this conclusion yourself, you really need to self-reflect on that, my guy. That's all I'm gonna say, man. And that's only one thing. You can't say, for example, like, well, a lot of other smaller VTubers are able to come out with this kind of merchandise. Why can't you? After I literally explained logistically why this is difficult. Like, TLDR, what I'm saying here is, it's really, really not that bad. It's really not that hard, rather. It's not that hard to like... I don't know. I feel like I'd like to think that I'm very tolerant of a lot of things. And I understand that sometimes some people can say things when they're very excited and they don't mean anything bad by it. And that they are not malicious. I don't think this person is malicious at all. But I cannot be the one to keep seeing things that they say. And I can't keep being there to... Like, I can't keep getting hurt by things that they say. That I think that they say very thoughtlessly and without tact. No, it's not a rage baiter. I've been timed out. It's not that I'm disappointed by being misunderstood, but I'm having a difficulty on how I can interact with you. Just saying. That's fair. I don't know if it's that somebody is not aware, but like whether somebody is not aware of a certain kind of behavior or not, I don't think it's like at some point it shouldn't be like it shouldn't be my responsibility to have to explain that to you. You know? Because I also have to think about everybody else who is in the stream. And everybody else is in the community. You know? That's all. Sorry, I feel like I ended up like, wah, on that. But it is quite frustrating because like, I don't even know what to say. You know? Better to get all out. No, I'm fine. It's just I just wanted to be, I don't know, I just wanted to make that like very firm and clear. Because like I said earlier, there's never no reason. There's never no reason. People don't just do things out of nowhere for no reason. There's always definitely a reason. It's possible you just don't see it, but also like it's also sadly not really someone's responsibility to tell you what it was or to elaborate. It's kind of different if it's like your friend, but like a streamer is different from like your personal friend, you know? I got muted by a streamer yesterday and felt like, well, I deserve that. Like some of you who are here right now in this moment are some people that I have like wanted to like explode with the power of my mind. Sometimes when you say some things, it's like, oh my god, why are you saying this? Like how, like please, why are you saying this? Like, and like sometimes some of you say things that make me like internally go like that, but like I understand that that is not the entirety of how you are as people. So you know, I can feel upset at something that you say sometimes, but like you overall are like, you're fine. Like I have like people have more nuance than that. And when upsetting stuff happens, either, you know, like I will tell you that that's like, you don't say that, or like why would you say that? But like you're clearly still here. If you guys are still here, mind you, not a lot of you are not a lot of people. Not a lot of people. I'm sorry if this is making anybody paranoid. Mostly it's just like when people make like really like kind of push the line when I'm making like a joke and then it's like, wow, really sexual out of nowhere suddenly. You know? As a chronic overthinker, I will know. No, it's mostly with regards to like sexual jokes. Everything else is like, you're fine. You know? If you are somebody who's never made overtly sexual related comments, you're probably fine. No, I didn't answer everything else yet. As a people pleaser, I tend to choose my words carefully. I don't know, but yeah, TLDR. A lot of streamers talk to each other, I think, and if something is up, sometimes it goes down the grapevine, and yeah. But yeah, if you go into somebody's stream and you like to make a lot of comparisons, you like to talk about like you're one of the something somethings. You're like brother. That is like the number one, number two rule in a streamer's chat. Do not mention, do not have you know, comments about other people. Do not mention other people, and do not mention me to other people unwarranted, etc, etc, etc. I promise you guys, though, do not overthink it. Genuinely, I promise. I mean, I feel like it's very obvious if I am actually upset at you or at something. Listen, if I'm actually upset at you, I will never read what you say. You know, unless they were the topic or like there's a lead into that. Like, we're talking about a specific thing and that person is like known for that. You know, like maybe then that's kind of okay. You know? But like generally, like, all I'm saying is this is the kind of thing where I feel like EN VTubers are a lot more lenient and you can get away with a lot. Even corporate VTubers can get away with a lot of things. I mean, chat can get away with a lot of things because in JP chats, Japanese VTuber chat rooms, you say one tiny wrong thing, you will get flung to the shadow dimension. No questions, no nothing. It is a lot more like a lot of things like talking amongst yourselves in chat, NG. Even vaguely mentioning or implying another creator, NG. Making a mildly sexual comment, NG. Vaguely implying anything that's like, oh, can you do this? Can you play this? Can you play like this? NG. All of those things, very small, very like micro banned. Very, very, very small thing, banned. I don't know, obviously it's a cultural difference also. But like the level of like consideration, NG is no good, not good. Basically, a no. Yeah, a little game roast, NG. That's true, Valkyrie. You are that's actually correct. It also depends on the audience you created. It does, but I also think that I don't know. I guess an English-speaking audience is very different from... I think Japanese audiences are very different. How long has this topic been going on? A few minutes. And they just banned saying no English, which is fair. Yeah, a lot of them are like that. Which sucks, but that's how it be, you know? But that's true, it does depend on the audience. Japanese audience are very different in both the good and bad cases. That is also true. That is true. NG, not gonna mention for TOS. NG stands for no gooner. That is still true. I'll stop comparing you to Officer Ding Dong, I promise. Bruh. What it means to not sit in the backseat. Oh, Demon Clone. Not, okay, no backseating means when you're playing a game, backseating is when you tell a streamer that, you know, you should, you know, when you tell a streamer, oh, you should do this in the game. You should do this. You should play it this way. You should get this item. You should use this weapon. You should fight like this. That's backseating. Basically, instructing how to play the game. Yeah. Unsolicited advice. Thank you. I have no words in my head. Thank you. I have a very limited vocabulary. Thank you for filling in my vocabulary. Me speak well. Me English. Thank you for elaborating. Also, I don't know how badly my accent came out there, but my accent accented. Oh, you word good. Yes. Oh, me speak well. Me word good. Me form sentence. My name Ryan. Me talk to chat. What the hell? Sometimes I think I'm not real. Accented. One day. I can't speak. What the hell? I keep slurring my words. What the fuck? One day maybe I will do a stream where I learn how to speak better. Yeah, there. Okay, next. Sorry, moving on. Enough of these feelings. I just wanted to like let that out because like this needs to stop, man. What's one thing that you regret / wish that? Huh? What's one thing you regret / wish you did that would make your present life better? That's really easy to answer. Okay, so fair warning. Hi, Kahaku. I will get to your question a bit. My number one, my answer to this, fair warning. This is gonna be maybe a little bit sad. One thing that I regret or wish that I did that would make my present life better, I think, is to have. I feel like I should have spoken to my mother more and told her that I loved her a lot more when I had the chance to do so. Because around the time when she basically fell ill, it was very sudden. Actually, she didn't just randomly fall ill. She went out to do her nightly duties as usual. You know, set off as usual. And one day she just didn't come home. And it was a very unexpected, mundane day. Like a day like no other. A very ordinary day. And it is one of those things that you never expect. Because it's like... It's mundane, it's an everyday thing, and then one day the routine just changes and stops. And you kind of just, you feel it. And in that moment, you know, it was like, this is it. And I think that at that time, I remember very vividly that we were arguing about a lot of different things. And because we were fighting, I refused to talk to her for like 2 weeks, almost a month even. And apart from like a small few conversations here and there, very vaguely, we never spoke. Because I refused to. And then one day that happened, and it was just like, well, you know, obviously maybe it wouldn't have really changed anything, but these are the kinds of reasons, this is the kind of thing that makes me always tell chat that if you have the opportunity to speak to your family and to the people around you, to your friends, if you are arguing or going through something with someone, if you disagree with your immediate family, your siblings, your parents, a lot of the time, obviously there are nuances that I might not know of, but I think for a lot of people, a lot of your grievances with family and friends are very small in the grand scheme of things. And down the line, these little microaggressions, these little issues you have with one another, they don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. And they are very small and petty. And a lot of other things matter so much more than this. And you will probably regret it more if you don't try to make the most out of the time that you have with these people while it's there. Because you really never know. Yeah. That's probably it. Like if I had like a very specific regret that I really feel like I can say is a regret, it's probably that. But that was a very long time ago. I am like 100 years old. Miss Raian Valerius, I would like some advice on being a better singer. You've made so many great covers on your YouTube channel and people should check out all of them. Thank you, Kohaku, my #1 glazer. Thank you, Kohaku, by the way, for dropping by. Everybody, please check out Kohaku. They're a very good friend, and they're also a VTuber. Ladies, if there are any ladies in my chat, I think I have like 5 or something. If there are any ladies in my chat, please check out Kohaku. They're very nice. They're very kind. Let's see. Advice for singing and making covers, though, genuinely, you just have to keep singing. My #1 advice for, like, singing is that you have to keep recording. The more you record, that's the only way you'll really listen to the way that you sound when you're recording. Because practicing singing out loud is very different, I think, from, like, making a cover or, like, recording. If you record and listen to the way that you sound in a recording through your mic, that's how you learn. How can you improve the sound that you make? Hi, Yua! Thank you for being here! That's how you improve the sound that comes out of your mouth. That's how you can improve and, I guess, test out. Okay, do I go closer to my mic? Is there, like, a weird sound coming from my mic? You can also hear a lot of the, like, the mouth sounds that are often only heard in a recording that you don't hear when you're singing live. And these are small nuances that you notice over time the more that you record. So the only best advice for, like, singing and recording is just you have to keep doing it because you have to listen to yourself. That's it. Right, next question. What inspired you to become a VTuber? I wanted to keep doing idol adjacent activities, so I became a VTuber. It's just a bonus that as a VTuber you get to do a lot of things that also happen to be my natural hobbies, like playing video games. And I've always been very curious about people. I like learning about people, about other I don't know, like other people's lives, what they do, their culture, their hobbies, whatever. Like, I'm very nosy. I like to, like, I don't know. It's very interesting to me to learn about people. I like learning about things. I'm very interested in things. Very interested in things. So that's why. Yeah. Some advice from you. I'll be going to college this year. I'm feeling anxious about it. Do you have any sage advice about anxiety? Okay. I am somebody that's grown out of my anxiety a lot. I think I overstayed my welcome. No! Stay here! Stay right here. Why would you think you're overstaying your welcome? Why? Anyway. Wait, is this you? Gotta attend something else. Thanks for stream. Okay. Have a good day, Rachel. Let's see. I'll be going to college this year. I'm feeling anxious. I've had a lot of anxiety in the past, and I still have a lot of anxiety even now. Sometimes I feel like it's not really truly something you completely get over. Sometimes, but you know, new things in life will always be kind of scary. For anxious people, trying out things that are outside of your comfort zone are always going to be a little bit scary. And life is a constant cycle of change and new experiences. And you will probably face a lot of things in the future and in college even that will be even more scary than starting college, period. The best advice I think about anxiety is, you know, it's scary, but also scary things can be exciting. That makes me sound like a freak. Scary things can be exciting. I sound like a freak. Please listen to me and do not take this the wrong way. I mean this in the best way possible, in a wholesome way, okay? So, if you think about it this way, right? Starting college can seem really scary, right? But it can also be, if you look at it differently, it can also be exciting because it's scary to try new things, to meet new people, to go through all of these new experiences, but also it's exciting because it's a new part of your life, it's a new phase. It's like, you know, like you're starting out a new game, you know, if you want to think about it. You're starting a new game, you're learning a lot of new things. This is a new phase about your life. It's very scary, but at the same time, this is an opportunity for you to learn a lot about yourself and experience a lot of new things. I think that when we are uncomfortable, as much as it sucks when you're uncomfortable, or when you're in an uncomfortable part of your life, where you go through a lot of changes and a lot of scary changes and like anxious things, you have the opportunity to adapt and grow and learn a lot from that. When we are uncomfortable, that is the time where you grow more. When we grow stagnant, when we become really comfortable, I think we stop, I guess, growing and evolving. So in a way, you know, it's okay to be anxious. That's really normal. Like, I'm very anxious a lot. But even if you're anxious, don't let it stop you from doing the things that you like and from exploring the world, because things will always be scary. But human beings are very adaptable, and so are you. So do things even if it's scary. Do things even if you're like really nervous and palpitating, you know, and like you could be like stuttering all over the place and feeling like, oh my god, I suck and I'm so like awkward. Do it anyway. That's the only way you'll figure it out. That's the only way you'll ever get to do anything. Hello, off to the clown. Thank you so much for well, good morning. Thank you so much for good morning. Can I speak full sentences, please? Hello, off to the clown. Howdy. Good morning. You seem to have a lot of young viewers. I feel like an old man. I don't think so. I think we have a surplus of unks here too. I think the young folks are a smaller percentage. Shout out to my unks. Thank you for 20 stream seconds. Exertoroya. Exicon, rather. Exertoroya. Yeah, I remember your name. Hi, welcome. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. I have now pulled myself together and I am convinced that I should fight a jaguar. Okay, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean, okay? Freaky and it's not even Friday. That's not even what I mean. Shout out to my unks. Okay, next question. Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Can I get a... Yay! I'm so proud of you! Please. Aww. Whoever said this, please do not have sad face anymore. I am so proud of you! Yay! Yay! I'm so proud of you! Yay! No more sad face. Okay? I'm gonna do it one more time. Yay! I'm so proud of you! Okay, there you go. I hope you feel better. Okay. Next question. Do you recommend VTubing or streaming in general as a career? I don't know if I'd say I'd recommend it. I feel like it's the kind of thing that if you want to make it your career, you have to know the risks. You have to know the what's the word? You have to know what you're getting into. A lot of people, I think, want to become a streamer, VTuber because they probably want the success right away, or they think, oh my god, this is, you know, big bucks, money, cash, bling bling, whatever. I don't know what do the kids say these days, but as a career, I don't know if it's something I'd recommend because it's definitely a very specific thing, and you have to be prepared for a lot of things. You have to, I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of thing that people don't know how to turn into an actual job. People think that it's just playing video games and being silly on the internet and playing around, but don't actually understand what that means to make it as like a job or a career. So without further context, I don't necessarily know if I would recommend it. This is the kind of thing that you don't recommend to someone, but I would highly advise somebody to think really carefully about it if this is something that they really want to do. If you feel very strongly about it, and if you really feel like this is your passion, if you have passion for actually creating and connecting with people and making things, no matter what kind of, you know, like, you have to remember, you have to be a content creator first, VTuber second, as somebody has once said, which I think is very true. I think you really have to think about it carefully. Yeah. Next question. Did you have a past life? No, I did not have a past life. If you mean as a VTuber, no. I have never put my soul into a different body. But if I did have a past life, theoretically, it is not in the soul. I would not have put myself... how do I say this? My soul did not... This is the first time my soul has been in the body of a 2D anime girl. Let's just put it at that. Right? Raian, anime 見てた、アニメ見てたら眠れなくなった。何見てたの？ペポちゃん来てくれてありがとう！久しぶり。最近何見てる？Let's see. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da. でね、ペポちゃん、最近、ライアンくんはね、懲罰勇者だっけ？懲罰勇者、最近見てたんだよ。めっちゃくちゃ面白い。おすすめ。Anyway. Was I saying? Great. Next question is, yeah, but no, I have no past life. That is all. Yeah. My translator broke that immediately. Oh no! 日本では結構有名なんだけど、死亡遊戯で飯を食うって。え？聞いたことないな、これ。あー、待って、見たことあるかも。なんか、金髪いや、違う。なんか白い、ツインテー、なんかついてる、メイド服着てる、 初心者。メイド服着てるよね、初心者が。わかる？それだね、なんか、なんだっけ。見覚えがある。見たことないけど、ネットフリで、なんか、一瞬で見てたんだっけ。なんか一瞬で見てた。Basically, JP viewers saying that they were watching, this new anime. I don't know the title in English. It's this anime with like a maid girl. The one with the, like, she's wearing a maid outfit and she has twin tails with like long white hair. And she has a very cold face. I forgot the title. It's pretty good. Is it good? I've seen it on Netflix. I just don't know. I haven't watched it. 可愛いけど、内容、心にきついんだ。本当に？まあ、顔好みなんだけどね。顔が、冷たい顔してるから、なんか、可愛いなと思ってて。そうなんだ。なるほど。メイド服着てるのに、そんな感じ？なるほどね。時間あれば、あと見に行く。Anyway, sorry about that. I haven't seen the viewer in a while, so just wanted to say hi. Okay, next question is, who was the first person you collabed with? The first person I collabed with? I remember! First person I collabed with was somebody who actually invited me because I was too shy when I first debuted. It was Ritsu and Rezochi. Yee. Those are the first two people that I ever collabed with. The first two people I collabed with is Kogane Ritsu, who is a teacher VTuber, and Rezochi. Yeah, those are the first two people. Are they still streaming? I think they only stream sometimes. I think they become very busy. Yeah, so I don't think they've really been able. Had his birthday the other day. Yeah! ライアンの言ってた懲罰勇者って勇者系に初出に、勇者系に初出ってやつだね。そう、それ。それ。いや、めちゃくちゃ良かったよ、それ。見てほしい、マジで。最近そういう系のアニメ見たことないからな。What's the next question? Let's see. あとでね、ペポちゃん、今はね、今の配信は、質問箱やってるって感じ。Hello, Ryan. Thank you for having this Q&A. Be warned, I may have ranted a bit, so you can skip it and read the TLDR. I need friendship advice. I've been having a slightly difficult time making friends because all I can do at the moment is have interaction online on social media. I'm aware it's hard to actually have a conversation in real time because of the stuff we do. We're all busy, but I want to make new friends this year. If it's helpful, here's some added context. I ended my friendship with someone a long time ago because she went overseas and our schedules didn't really match. And it felt like I knew her less and less because all she talked about was gossip about other people and not about herself. And I didn't really like that. Now, I just kind of avoid conversing online because I fear the same energy might not be brought back to me. I need advice on how to make friends again. Thank you for answering. I love Ryan. Okay, so this is really relatable because I feel like this a lot. Hi, Delx. This feels a lot like me at some point in my life too, in like the past year even. Hi Barry, thank you for being on Twitch too. Thank you for the follow, Toby Epic Gamer. Thank you for the follow, Vulcan Poetry. I'm sorry if I'm late. Wow. Okay, so making friends can be very hard sometimes, especially if you are a very specific type of person who seeks a very specific kind of friendship. Honestly, sometimes even some of the most cheerful and most lively people that you know are very, very specific about the type of friendships and connections that they seek in other people, and that's perfectly fine. Not everybody, you know, needs to have very casual relationships. Some people are okay with casual relationships and friendships. Some people are, you know, okay with like a simple hi, hello. Some people really need that rich, like very connected friendship that is very, you know, long lasting and very quality over quantity. It depends on the person. And sometimes for some people you just don't click with people, you know? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The best advice that I can give you based on my personal experience is you have to keep putting yourself out there and you have to keep believing in other people. I know it's really hard, but you have to keep opening the channels, the opportunities for you to meet people and make friends, because that's the only way. I know that the way that other people may have been towards you and your experiences may have made it scary to interact with people and may make you a little bit disillusioned or feel like you should be more guarded. But there will always be people who can have the possibility of hurting you. There can always be people who will end up to be very kind and good, and maybe people who might be your good friend, you know, who are also just waiting to meet you out there. I get the fear of like, oh, it's scary to try and make new friends because what if they're awful, or what if I get disappointed? And maybe you will go through a few disappointments here and there. But that's also the only way that you will find the right people down the line. I think that by slowly and carefully going through spaces, online even, you will eventually gravitate towards people that match you and match your energy, and, you know, people that give you the same energy that you give too. And I really hope that you can find that, because, you know, I'm very, very awkward. Believe me, I know. I like, oh wow, Ryan, you're a streamer. You talk all day. You can talk to a lot of people. Wow, right? How are you awkward? I am very awkward. I've spoken to chat about this. A lot of the people who have been here for a very long time, even people who've been here only for like a few months, know that at least once a month I speak about how sad I feel, or like, oh, like, I don't know how to make friends. And I feel like I've been really, you know, growing from that a lot. And the only way that that happened is because I kept trying to find ways to like open up and open myself to people and accept new friendships and new opportunities when people try to connect with me. That is the only way that you will ever make new friends and new connections in your life. As scary as it is a risk, but that's the only way, you know? And if some people are, you know, like not great, you can just move on, you know? It gets better over time. You got this, my guy. Next question. If life is so fair, then why do roses have thorns? Emo. What? What? If life is so fair, then why do roses have thorns? Emo. Emo? What? What? Oh, okay. I actually have a genuine answer to this. If life is so fair, then why do roses have thorns? I ask you this question, Anon. If life is so fair, then why do roses not get to choose to have thorns? Consider this, Anon. Emo Anon. Consider that roses did not choose to be born with thorns. If life is so fair, why do roses hurt others who touch them with thorns? Ah. I keep hurting. What if life is so fair? Anon, what about this? Let me give you this, Anon. If life is so fair, Anon, why am I a rose? Yeah. If life is fair, Anon, why am I a rose? Hi, Escape! If life is fair, Anon, then why am I so cool and sexy? Chat, you think I'm a rose, right, chat? You think I'm a rose, right? I'm such a flower, chat, right? Sorry. I had a deep fry. I'm sorry for deep frying your ears. If life is so fair... No, but seriously, why do roses have thorns? Consider that even roses don't get to pick that they have thorns. They have to live their life not knowing, or maybe knowing that they can hurt other people. If life is so fair, then why am I 6'8"? Oh my god. I'm so tall. And those are 2 measurements. If life is so fair, then why am I so full of riz, princess? Emo. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Okay, next question. Complete the sentence. I have never blank, but I would like to blank. Okay, complete the sentence. Hi, and Ryan. Hello, Conrad. Also, hello, Delix. I don't know. Did I say hi to you, Delix? Hello, Seishiro. Did I say hi to you yet? I don't remember. Hello, Aaron. I'm saying hi to people that I think I didn't get to specifically say hi to. I'm sorry if I sound weird right now. Okay. I like saying hi to people. What about it? I'm such a gremlin that my brain wanted to reply with one word, rafflesia. I hate you. The fact that I know what rafflesia is. I hate you. The fact that I know what rafflesia is. God damn it. Okay, wait. I have never 6, but I would like to 7. That's the completion of the... Hello, triple A! Hello, triple A! Hello, AAA! No, Sad, I'm sorry! I may be stupid sometimes. Yeah, somebody here. There's a sentence here. There's a message here, okay? Complete the sentence. I have never blank, but would like to blank. I have never 6, but I would like to 7. Oh man. Okay, wait, I'll properly complete the sentence. Okay? I have never... I have never... My brain isn't working. The only thing in my brain is 6, 7, 6, 7. I'm actually brain rotted. have never... I have never had $1 million, but would like to have $1 million. I have never... but would like to... Thank you. That's it. Yeah, we're going with a 6-7. I'm sorry. Which video game had the biggest emotional impact on you? Oh, that's hard. In recent memory, definitely, for obvious reasons, Expedition 33. In recent memory. But in general, very hard to say. Let me think. Alice Madness Returns, which I think is super underrated, had a very profound impact on me. I feel like, I don't know if I'd say it was like very like, wow, it made me cry emotional, but it was an experience, and I still talk about that game to this day because I think it's a great game. Very good game. Silent Hill 2. That freaking game. Silent Hill 2 was very moving to me. I love Silent Hill 2. Baldur's Gate 3 at some points of the story, actually specifically Shadowheart's storyline in Baldur's Gate 3 was very good. I really liked that. That was a very good one. There's a mom joke redeem. Oh, wait. Oh, thank you so much. Your mom joke? My small cat likes jumping around. That is a very nice name, sir. Yo, welcome. Hi! Thank you, Monster, for the reminder. Medal of Honor. Modern Warfare 2. DS2. Is there? Yeah, I think profound emotional impact. Yeah, those games I mentioned, they had very big emotional impacts on me. I don't know if there was like one that gave me the biggest emotional impact yet. I can't say. I feel like that's hard to say which one is like the number one. I think they're all emotional in a different way. So there's no real way for me to say that, oh, this is the one. It's the ultimate one, you know? Yeah. Next question. Hello, Wawan Valerius. I hope your day is good and you've gotten dinner. Recently, I decided to check my Epic Store and I thought of filtering the games which I was genuinely interested to play. Apparently, I've accumulated 300 plus games and about a third of it were ones I'm interested. I'm curious, do you have an accumulation of games that you've gotten but haven't played? Not a lot, actually. Whenever I play video games, I have to be very sure that I will play them. I don't like buying things just for the sake of buying them and then I never touch them. So if I go down the list of things that I have in my Steam, I think I've probably played at least 80% or 70 of these. And the ones that I haven't played are a very small percent. But that's just me. I tend to be very like careful about which games I purchase. That's me. I hope you get through all of the games that you want to play though. Expedition 33 is an all-timer for eliciting an emotional reaction from me. I think Expedition 33 is so brilliant in the first act at really like just making you feel things. It's so like flawlessly. Very beautiful game. A lot of grown men that I know who play that game cried very hard. Very good game. Very, very beautiful game. Yeah, I think it's very easy to fall into the trap of wanting to buy a lot of games because it's like, oh, you want to buy it now because what if you want it for later? What if you want want to buy a game now and then, you know, like you buy it on sale so that you can play it later. You know? Sometimes I do that, but that's because I stream, right? So sometimes I'll buy a game ahead of time because I think I might be able to stream it later. But I will always make sure to check the list of games that I own and make sure that I play all of them. Yeah. Next question. Ryan, will your new model have a nose? Anyways, next question. Do you feel luck? Do I feel luck? Maybe? Anyway. Next question. Would you be playing games with viewers? If so, could it be repo or lockdown protocol? Please. I honestly don't know how I can I don't know how I could moderate games with viewers. Because I feel like voice chat stuff could be kind of scary or anxiety inducing, but I would like to figure it out. Next is... Thank you for the suggestion though. I actually want to play Lockdown Protocol. I've been looking at that for a while. And I haven't played Repo in a while. Next question is... I really enjoy your cover song, both English and Japanese. Do you have any tips for those who are struggling either singing or editing the cover song? I don't know anything about mixing and audio engineering because I don't do that. And I have very minimal knowledge of it other than knowing that something sounds good or not. But the best advice I can give for people who want to sing and kind of struggle with making covers is to keep recording. Keep recording, keep singing. Keep practicing singing and keep recording singing, because singing is one thing and learning how to sing well is one thing. Becoming comfortable with singing is one thing, but recording and being used to making a good quality sound and controlling the way that you record your voice and project your voice into the mic is another thing. You have to be used to that. Yeah. Real. Steam sales help make my game backlog huge. Yeah, I feel like it's very easy for people to like hoard games when there are a lot of sales. I do that sometimes, but I try to make sure to go through all the things that I have first. Yeah. Next question. So I've met this amazing girl. Hello Ikizawa. Hello, welcome. Hello Sleepies. I've met this amazing girl. She's a good listener, agrees with me on everything, literally everything. She calls me handsome over and over. She sounds a bit monotone, but I find that quirky. Anyways, she's perfect. Only thing she's AI. Dear Ryan, what should I do? Have you considered logging off? Next question. Let's see. Nom nom nom. Hold on. Drink water. No, I think that... To be fair, I think that entry was just joking. Next question. Hi, sorry if this one is a bit depressing. The last couple of years, I've been having a hard time with friendships. An entire IRL friend group suddenly stopped talking to me when I stopped living in with one of them. And they didn't reach out at all when someone close in my family got really sick. This kind of made it so I was too prideful and hurt to ask them why they suddenly started acting like that. The person I leaned on after that also recently started acting distant and even downright hurtful. Now I notice that even with other friends who have always treated me well, I find it really hard to ask for help. I always get that little voice in the back of my head telling me that it's gonna turn out the same. lately, more bad things have been happening, and I noticed that this time, it's affecting me a lot more because I don't have an outlet anymore. How do I start trusting people again? This is crazy because this sounds a lot like something I went through. Just last year, I feel like a lot of last year, I've felt a lot of these kinds of feelings, and I feel like it was really affecting me even when I was on stream. I feel like these feelings I had were affecting me enough that it was bleeding out into everything I was doing. Hi, Irva! Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good one. We're just having a Q&A stream. Let's see. Okay, so how do you start trusting people again, right? First of all, it is really hard when you feel like you have nobody to go to and nobody to speak to. And when it feels like you have no friends anymore to like open up to because you feel like you can't really speak to anyone about anything. It's very hard. I get it. I really know what this feels like because I literally just went through this last year. And you know, I think a lot of people in the modern age like to say, you know how a lot of times you hear people say, oh, you're not obligated to, you know, like you shouldn't always expect your friends to always be there for you because everybody's busy, because people have their lives and people have, you know, a lot of things that they're also going through. And to some degree, that is true. It's okay to be considerate, and it's good to be considerate of people that you care about, people that are your friends, etc. However, I also want to remind people a lot of the time that this should not also be an excuse, which I think it often is an excuse for people to straight up no longer make efforts to show up for their friends. You may be going through your own problems, you may be going through your own struggles, everybody is, but that is never an excuse for you to not also try to be there, because you can't expect the same thing from people around you if you are somebody who does not get to do that for their friends either. Obviously, this is a lot more nuanced, but I think that's one reason, and that's one really bad thing that people like to say so often these days. It's like, oh, everybody's going through it. Oh, you know, all your friends are equally so-and-so. Well then, you know, that's true, but that doesn't mean you can't be there for your friends still. That's part of what it means to be friends with somebody, you know? As difficult as that might sound, that's what it means to care for somebody. So anyway, that's one thing, okay? I feel like you need to be reminded of that as well. And you need to be able to find people who can still like actively make that decision, because honestly, as much as people say things like that, you know, as much as people like to say, oh, people are busy, people are all struggling. If people really wanted to do something, if people really want to be with you and be there for you, they will make it a point to set aside time and prioritize things that they really want to do. People will always find time and find ways if they really want to. You know? So that's one thing I just wanted to remind you of. Hello Hedgehog 2099. So that's one thing I want to say. A second thing that I want to say in relation to this is that if you have friends that haven't given you a reason not to trust them, I think you should give them the benefit of the doubt. I know it's really hard to open up to people that you haven't properly trusted and warmed up to yet, but if we let our negative past experiences shape our future, we will never be anything more than that negative experience. If we let the negative things that have happened to us dictate what happens to us in the future, rather than simply learning how to be careful and learning not to fall into the same pit, you know, there's a learning experience, but also like you should not let it stop you from having a future that could be different, you know? It's really hard to go back to trusting people, but as much as you might want to think that, oh, you can just keep it to yourself, people are really not built like that, I think. So it's gonna be a very slow and gradual process, and I think, you know, you are probably going through the same insanity I went through for a really long time, where it felt like I didn't have any friends to, you know, rely on. But I truly hope that you find your place in your people. And that you find the courage to open yourself up to people. You know? It will just take time. But I hope that you don't close your heart off to people, because that's the only way you'll ever meet, you know, I've been constantly saying this the whole stream. You can't close your heart off to people just because there are people that have been awful. There's always gonna be somebody that is good and kind and better out there. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Breezy Jazzy Knight. Also, sorry, Garbear and Monster, you guys redeemed the mom joke. Let me think of 2 mom jokes right now. You redeemed it too? I have 3 to do? Oh my god, I have 3 moms to do? That's really shocking. Three mom jokes? Yeah, okay. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the membership, gift, RV. Let's see. Overflowing with moms. Let's see. Your mom's so big that she could not fit into the question box. No, that's not right. Thank you very much for the boo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Your mom is so big that when she tried to press 6 on the keyboard, she pressed on 7. Hahaha. Get it? It's getting a bit late, so I'm head out. This has been fun, blah blah. Good night, Triple A. Let's see. I might be able to weave a mom joke here in the getting an idea here. Question, boss. You've been a streamer for years now. How's your content changed over time? From when you first started, did you have a clear idea of what you wanted to make? And how does that compare to what your content... Oh, what does that compare to what content you make today? So, I feel like I wasted a lot of my first streaming years. I feel like I wasted a lot of my 1.5 years of streaming because I was just streaming without really like a very concrete, clear vision in mind per se about what I wanted to be and what kind of content. I wasn't really thinking about it from like a content perspective. I was just streaming, I was being myself, I was just, you know, learning how, also like still learning how to stream and learning a lot of things, you know? So when I look back, there is some regret for feeling like I've wasted so much time, which I feel like I always keep saying. Or at least I always used to keep saying. And I'm trying not to think about it that way anymore, or not trying to say that anymore, but that is how it felt a lot. And that is a lot of time, you know. 1.5 years, almost 2 years is a lot of time. But I really didn't feel like I had a strong idea. And I feel like the strong, clear idea only really started to come like maybe like a year ago, or like a little over a year ago, is when I slowly had a clear idea of who I am, where I want to be, what kind of VTuber content creator I want to be. And that clarity only really came to me a lot later, I feel like, and my understanding of what it means to be a content creator, streamer, etc. Am I streaming later? Yes, I am streaming later. I have to make the waiting room. Shit. Thank you so much for the thank you very much for the reminder. Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. That's one thing, and I feel like I got there a little bit late, but you know, now that it's a little bit more clear, I feel like it's a little bit more clear. I also feel like in my first 2 years, almost 2 years of streaming, my audience was really like a little bit more mostly Filipino, and then it really pivoted really hard after a certain point. Because I really strongly felt like, not only because my schedule demanded a lot of changes over the years, so a lot of the audience kept like changing a little bit, but I also feel like how I am, the way I am as a person, and the things that I'm interested in just kind of appeals to like a global audience more, I feel like. So, that's one of the biggest differences. And I definitely have an ambition, and I feel like that's more achievable if I am somebody that's more open to like everywhere, you know, and not limiting myself within a smaller sphere, if that makes sense. Now I feel like, yeah, I feel like I've only really started to kind of understand what it is I'm doing for like a year now. Yeah. Ambition? Definitely, I feel like now I have like more clear ambitions. Ambition? Careful, Margit is around. Oh, okay. Okay, Margit. Okay, next question. There is a basket containing 5 apples. How do you divide the apples among 5 children so that each child has 1 apple, while 1 apple remains in the basket? There is a basket containing 5 apples. Okay. The answer to this: there is a basket containing 5 apples. I will eat all 5 apples. I will leave. Next question. There is a basket containing 5 apples? Don't mind if I do. Mine. I love apples. Biblical grade. She's gonna eat the basket too. No, you're wrong. I'm gonna eat everyone, including the children. I'm gonna eat the basket. I'm gonna eat the apples. I'm gonna eat the children too. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Okay, thank you. Anyway. A basket of 5 mangoes. Why are they Ryan's? I will eat all the mangoes. Thank you. Yoink! All mine! Sayonara! Yoink! Yoink! Yeah, exactly. At the moment I started reading this question, I was just like, there is a basket containing 5 apples. My apples now. My apples. Yoink! Thank you for this question. Thank you for the 5 apples. Thank you for the 5 apples. Mine now. Okay, Big Mom, calm down. God damn it. Not the One Piece reference. Can I have one? If you say please, maybe I'll share. Okay. Oh, by the way, sorry if I kind of like moved on from the other previous question so quickly, but about the content and how it changed over time, I just feel like, yeah, I feel like I've had a clear image of like understanding of myself now. And I really hope that when I re-debut again, you really see, you know, like, I guess like a clearer vision of me. And at the end of the day, I feel like the biggest concern for me is like, I just hope everyone's proud of where I am now and isn't disappointed in me, I guess. Yeah. Have you had Cosmic Crisp apples? They're so good. I remember you mentioning that. I think it was you who mentioned that, right? Because I was talking about apples a little while back. And I remember I said I ate Honey Crisp apples. I tried to look for Cosmic Crisp. I haven't seen them yet, but if I find them, I'll let you know. Yeah. Next question. I'm planning to start streaming around next month, and if I could get some advice and some general knowledge about content and setups if possible. General knowledge about content isn't really something that I feel like I can give you because you're the one who gets to decide what kind of content and what kind of niche you want to have, right? You're the one who definitely decides on that. But if you want any basic knowledge about content, I suggest you do pick something that you think is your actual strength. Not everything that you like and not everything that you might be passionate about or want to stream is something that you will be good at streaming or is something that will be engaging and exciting to stream. A lot of people will want to stream, for example, art. However, you have to consider what kind of people watch art. Why do people watch art? People watch art because either A, it's entertaining or it's educational because the artist is very cracked and they learn a lot of new things. Now, either that or people have to be very, very good at chatting in order to like sit down for an art stream. It really depends. Sometimes if you are playing a very popular video game like Valorant, League of Legends, Apex, etc., these games are very saturated. And most people who will really sit down and watch somebody who plays these games as their main game will watch them because you are good at the video game. Or you were exceptionally bad at it that you were a perfect source of entertainment. So that's very hard because both sides of that are very specific. And not everybody is like great at a video game to that degree, right? So you have to be very wise and very careful about what kind of thing to focus on. The number one thing you have to think about at the start is everybody can be entertaining, everybody can be exciting, everybody can be creative, but in order to be entertaining, you have to have people there first. It's hard to be entertaining, it's hard to be engaging if there's nobody there to listen to you, if there's nobody there to witness what you are doing. You can't prove anything to people if you don't give them a reason to find you. People have to find you first before they can learn about what you are, I think. So you have to like remember to like try and find ways to, I guess, bring people to you and make yourself discoverable. Yeah. For setups, I feel like it depends on your budget and what you already possibly have, so I can't really answer that. But yeah, I think those things are kind of important. Yeah. Creativity can come from everyone. Yeah, creativity can come from anyone. Almost everybody has potential. Hello, Modi! The most important thing you have to remember is that sometimes it's very hard to like really show off that creativity if you don't have the audience for that, or if you don't have people there to witness that greatness. So you have to think of ways to make people come to you and give you a chance. It's the most important thing. At the start, especially. Next thing, I want to say hi and thank you for just being you and for streaming. Aww, thank you, Anon. Thank you very much. I feel very appreciated. Thank you. Next question. What steps should I be taking to obtain a Jollibee franchise? $1 million. Next question. Ryan, have you ever sit at home and suddenly realized you haven't spoken to anyone this week? Yeah, I have. That's happened to me. One thing though, because I stream, I can't really not do that. I can never really do this. And because for like the past 3 years that I've been a streamer, I have always streamed at least once, at least twice, at least 3 times in a week. There's no week that I can think of where I totally didn't stream. So it might not seem like I don't know what that's like, but I really do. Yeah. I hope you're okay. Let's see. So everybody has 2 things in common. We all got to eat and we're all gonna die. If you were gonna eat your last meal, how significant or important would your last meal be? If I can choose... If I can choose what my last meal is, then that would be significant. But... You know... If I don't get to pick, then I guess it's not a significant thing, maybe. Significance is mostly when we get to choose something specific to represent a moment, or like to like celebrate a moment, I guess, or commemorate something. Maybe if I get to eat my last meal, an apple. Specifically an apple stolen from a bunch of kids. 5 apples. Next question is, do you work out? Any advice? I don't know what kind of advice you want about working out, but I'm not an expert exactly. I'm not like super buff or anything, or like super gym guy. But the main piece of advice I think a lot of people need to hear is that you really just have to get started on it, because it'll really make you feel a lot better if you start doing it. I don't know, it's very good for you. That's what I can say. And you have to keep going. You have to be consistent. Consistency is important. Even just little by little over time. You don't have to go ham on it right away. You gotta do it slowly. Yeah. Next is, can we ask yabai questions? What does this mean? Next question, any shaving advice? I am not a man, so I do not know what kind of shaving, like beard shaving. I don't have a beard, sadly, so I don't know what it's like. I'm sorry, my guy. But if anything, maybe don't skimp out, because I feel like my at least my perception of shaving beards and like grooming for men is that, or even I guess women's legs is another thing that gets shaved, right? Because it's very sensitive. Your skin is very sensitive, especially when you just shaved it. don't skimp out on like the products that you use, whether it's the razor or the creams or whatever. Find something that won't give you allergies and something that is definitely sharp enough. And because the better the quality of the thing that you're using to shave, the more clean it will come out and the longer it'll stay that way. I think that applies to any like surface of like whether it's your legs or your beard. Yeah. What? You don't have a beard? I have a bird. Heh. Just kidding. Yeah. What is your IRL hair color? What's IRL? Do you know how to cook? Yeah, I do. Of course I know how to cook, silly. Did you already get to the analytics question? I don't think I've seen an analytics question, no. Hi, Ryan. I'm currently an assistant supervisor on a logistics company, and I've been eyeing this girl in my company, which I am in for a year now. She's from the HR, and I'm from a branch where she got some close friends. We've been introduced, and I found her lovely, and I grew feelings due to those monthly visits she does throughout the year. And we grew closer lately. Recently, I discovered she was a single mother, and I felt like pursuing her for real might be a rough path. I came from a long-term relationship, and I just felt falling in love after it just this year. What do you think, Raian? Should I shoot my shot? Can I handle this? Help. Oh, this is rough. Not everybody is able to deal with that additional responsibility that can come with dating somebody that has a child already, you know, whether it's a single mother, single father. It's a leap, you know. It's definitely something to consider. You have to be very considerate about it. You can't like ignore it. I think a lot of people sometimes will be like, oh, it's fine even if they have a child, and then they forget. No, if you're dating somebody and they have a child, you have to consider the child. If you care at all for any human being, you have to consider their child. You really do. And if you feel like you're not ready for that, for whatever reason, then maybe, you know, unfortunately, you might have to step away from that, you know? Very hard. Dating within your company is tough with someone in HR with kids. What's wrong with HR? Is there something I don't know? I don't know about the but yeah, Monster, I don't know about the analytics question. I don't think I saw one. Because I genuinely feel like I think I've answered every single question so far down the line. Let me just check. Let's see. What's your favorite comfort food when you have a bad day? From Ahab. Oh, thank you for asking, Ahab. Hi. I don't know if you're still here. My favorite comfort food is when I'm having a bad day, fried chicken wings or like a spicy soup. Yeah. Like a spicy beef noodle soup or like a spicy ramen or something, or sometimes even like spicy Korean noodles. Those are things that are like it's like rah, you know, after. Or sometimes if it's the kind of bad day where I end up feeling like sad and like very like, you know, like you know those bad days that leave you feeling like a sad wet cat. On those kinds of bad days, I will eat something sweet, like maybe ice cream or my favorite pastry. Yeah. What about you guys? Do you have like a comfort food? maybe day until like you know more. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Have a good stream. Good night, Updog. If it turns out poorly, someone in HR could end your career easily. That is kind of true. But I feel like in the first place, if somebody in HR acts like that and uses their personal agenda, they don't make a good HR, I think. But that is very delicate. That's true. That's fair. Oh, shawarma rice, Oreos. Chocolate ice cream. Also, hi, Hatsuman! Spaghetti? What kind of spaghetti do you eat, Delx? Like the normal Italian spaghetti, I guess? Cheeseburger! Hi, Cheeseburger! I miss you, Cheeseburger! Long time no see! I hope you're good. Is there an ideal, modest size of how large you want to grow your community? Or is your ultimate goal world domination? If there's an ideal or modest size of how large I want to grow, I feel like I would be happy if I had like 100 to like 200. I feel like that's fine for me. You know? I just want to be able to live comfortably enough that I can make cool things and fund cool ideas and projects, and at the same time have enough community for there to be people for me to actively interact with, you know? No matter what I stream and no matter when I stream. And I just want to be able to have, you know, like a size of, like that kind of modest, I think, size of people to share whatever it is I have going on. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Would it be a lie? I think it would be a lie to say that I don't have endless ambitions. Obviously, if I could get more, it would be nice. But my actual goal is really just to, you know, I mean, I like to sing, and I like to create cool things, and like I guess covers are art, right? So as an artist, you want to be seen, you want to be heard. And to be seen and heard is to have community to listen to you and see your work and absorb and digest your work. So you want to have that. And I want to have that naturally. I think that's a natural thing to want. But apart from that, I think yeah, I just want to be able to live comfortably and modestly. And be able to also have enough to like put it back into what it is I'm doing and fund cool things and projects and ideas. Yeah. That's it, I think. But obviously if I could become big enough that I could like get like a sponsorship from software, you know, that would be really nice. I wouldn't say no to that. I'm just saying. If I get to like work with companies and promote games that I like, hell yeah, brother, you know? Right? Ryan Valerius, dear Ryan, if I may, I would like to extend my concerns to you to gain your insight on the matter. After a few attempts at self-introspection, I think I have landed on the conclusion that I am an introvert. But not in the typical sense. In a sense where after every human interaction, I can almost feel a part of me being chipped away. And most of the time, that part of me is patience. I do not get tired after interacting. I get slightly more, for a lack of term, pissed. I have tried looking within myself for the source of such vexation, and I find that the source seems irrational. I cannot justify my anger. When I find myself not fit to interact with people, I would have to take some time for myself to regulate my mind and heart, literally and figuratively. Am I losing my mind? As I cling to what logical sense I hope is real in my mind, I pray that the day this in my psyche would tear my life asunder would never come. But I fear that day inches ever closer. Okay. So I'd like to try and answer this as seriously as I can, but you know, I think I think I kind of understand what you might be expressing here. It seems like you get annoyed when you interact with people. And I think that feeling might be coming from feeling like the people you were speaking with are not really saying anything to you, or you kind of disagree with them, or that you don't get along with them actually, even if you're trying to. Or that you feel annoyed because you feel like you might be like you're not able to interact well with other people, or you feel a little insecure and like therefore a little bit annoyed. I feel like it might be any one of those things, or maybe I might be wrong and it might be a completely different thing. You know? But because you said you find yourself not fit to interact with people. Oh wait, you find yourself not fit to interact with people, you'd have to take the... Yeah, I don't know what you mean exactly by you feel like, you know, you're not ready to interact with people. And what it is exactly that's making you upset. But you might be getting upset because, you know, whatever people are saying to you in response or your interactions might not be meaningful to you, and therefore you hate it. Maybe. You might just be interacting with people that you don't get along with. Step 1. I hope that this is not how you speak to people normally on a regular basis. However you type this marshmallow, I hope that this is not how you speak to people normally. Because speaking like you are Dark Flame Master is definitely not going to get you the right kind of friends. I'm just gonna say that real quick. And I mean this with all the goodness in my heart. As somebody who used to be Dark Flame Master coded as well, genuinely, okay? Number 2. Consider this. Are you possibly getting upset at people when you try to interact with them because you feel like you were above them? You feel like you're too smart for them. Because when you are getting upset, because you feel like everybody around you is saying some stupid shit and you're too smart for that, or you're too good for that, or these conversations aren't deep enough and ooh, you know. Please step down from the podium. Review yourself. You are not generally better than other people, and you are not deeper than other people, and you are not 16 and this is not deep. You know? I'm just gonna be real with you right there. Again, I sincerely hope you do not speak like Dark Flame Master in real life. I'm just saying. I don't think you're losing your mind. I think you might just be going through a Chunibyo phase. My advice, chill out, my guy. Yeah, learn to love life. Yeah, learn to love life. Touch grass. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the only thing I can say in response to that. Next thing. I know a lot of other V streamers. I have to juggle between their streams a lot of times and I end up missing streams. So in your opinion, regarding the number of V streamers one watches, how many is too many before it gets harmful trying to keep up with their schedules? I can't really say how many is too many, but I think I'm the kind of person personally that I am very... Oh, good night, Zero! For me, any more than Raian is too many. Let him cook. I think Delix is correct. Thank you, Delix. Thank you for the beautiful opinion. Anyway, I don't really know, you know, like I feel like I can't dictate what's too many, but for me, I'm a very decisive type of person. I don't really have VTuber Oshis, but I used to be a very big idol fan, and when I have an oshi, they're the only one. When I like someone, they're the only one. That's the kind of person I am. That's the way I work, you know? I'm very decisive. I think you have to maybe at some point make a choice about like, what do you actually like to watch? Why are you, like, ask yourself, why do you watch so many of them? Do you truly, deeply connect with all of them and deeply really enjoy them? Or are you just trying to watch as many because you don't want to get left out, you know? I think it's a lot of different questions, maybe. I feel like when you're online, you kind of want to keep up with everything, especially if it's like a part of the community that you're in or your friends are keeping up with a lot of things. There are many different ways this question can be answered, I think, but definitely please take care of your health. I think all VTubers will tell you to please take care of your health, you know? And nobody is going to ever be upset at you when you miss streams, if you can't keep up with their schedule, if you're too busy, etc. And nobody will ever get upset at you for that. And if somebody does get upset at you for that, then they're probably not worth your time. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. Next is, as a knight, what weapon do you use? What's it called? I don't really have any weapon that I fight with. I rather, my weapon doesn't really have a name, but I do fight with a halberd. It doesn't have a name though. Do you want to name it? Do you have an idea for names? I don't really have a name for my weapon, but it is a halberd. Can you fight barehanded? Yes. John Halbert, thank you very much. Throbbing Sausage of Twitch.tv. My weapon's name, never mind. Anon, my weapon is a halberd. It's named John Halbert. Thank you very much. There we go, John Halbert. Can I fight barehanded? Yes. Your mother knows all about my barehanded fighting. Do you use any magic when fighting? Actually, in terms of my lore, I actually fight with lightning magic on the side. So yes, like my halberd is imbued with lightning magic. So it's like it's not like flashy wizard magic, lightning magic, but it's more of kind of like an enchantment type of magic, or a little bit of like a magical infusion, you know, just a little bit. Barehanded. Bear will be proud. Yeah, I can fight barehanded. Bear with what? Bear in one hand. I can fight barehanded with bear in one hand. It's just lightning grease. Hello, gotta collect them all. I was hoping the last meal question would be taken a tiny bit seriously, but oh well. It was a serious answer though. I think it depends on what you're eating. I gave half and half of a serious question. I mean serious answer where I said I think it depends on if you get to choose what to eat. But ultimately it's not so much what you eat as your last meal that makes it special, but the fact that you get to choose it. So no matter what kind of last meal you do pick, if you have the choice to know what your last meal is, then it's special. If you eat your last meal and then you die without knowing it, then it's just a normal meal. Thank you. How would somebody not say your name correctly? How would somebody not say it correctly? But yeah, that's my answer. It's my lore friendly answer. If you want to see how I fight, look at this image here. I feel like it's depicted pretty well in this art. This art. Look at this art of me. Oh, that's very big. This one. You see this? This illustration of me reflects really well. You know, what fighting me is like. You need a good image of it. Yep. I feel like I can't really pick what my last meal would be because I don't really have a number one top favorite food. So I feel like I just pick whatever I want to eat in that moment. So in relation to the last meal, just to like close it off, is that I don't really know if it would be that special, honestly. I would just... It's not so much what I'm eating, but the joy of being able to pick what to eat for the last time if I ever needed to have a last meal. Yeah. Okay, next. Out of curiosity, what inspired you to create your VTuber name? What inspired me? My name is literally Thunder Darkness. I am the Darkness Flame Master Supreme. That's it. That's like Raian. I have kanji in my name. You know? I have kanji in my name. And it is literally Darkness, Thunder Darkness. That's it. It was cool. That is it. I also thought about it carefully because I wanted it to reflect the concept, which is, you know, like I said earlier, I use lightning magic. That's my element. And I am kind of, you know, I kind of like a slightly darker flavored lore. So it has elements that kind of reflect me as a person, as an individual. Yep. And Valerius doesn't really come from anything. It was just the name that was given to me, you know. Who knows the secret ways of this world, right? I was just born Valerius, that's it. Yep. If I knew it would be my last meal, I'd pig out on all my favorite foods. I feel like I wouldn't be able to have the space in my stomach to eat everything, you know? If you're gonna get to choose your last meal, it means you're getting executed. Probably, yeah, exactly. Okay. I want to get started in content creation, but I have low confidence. How should I deal with it? You're always gonna have low confidence with things that you haven't started, things that you haven't tried, things that you are new at. The only way that you can deal with that is to start it. Is to learn how to get started. Just do it. Just jump into it. Just do it. That's the only way you're gonna get anywhere. And it's the only way you're going to learn and develop confidence. I think you develop confidence best by practicing and doing things. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the raid, Nakishima Kyo. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Welcome. My name is Raian Valerius. I am a night VTuber and I like to sing and play Souls-like games. Yippee! Hello. Hello. I sent a question. Oh, thank you. Hey. Forgive me for I must confess, I see friend zone chat. I know some might be down, but I see them as just a friend, a brother even. I wish them the best, but it's not with me. This is a tough decision, but it's for the best for all of us. I hope all of you is the best. What? What? I'm kind of confused. What do you mean? Just kidding, by the way. Okay, I hope you are the... I don't know. Are you having a stroke, Anna? Just kidding. I'm not sure what they mean. But okay. I hope for all of you the best? Question mark. Next question. May I ask, how did you learn to speak Japanese? I am a weeboo. And I really like listening to... No, that sounds really like a silly answer, but no. To answer this question seriously, I get this question a lot. Personally, I don't really think I'm like that good at it. I'm okay. I can have a conversation. I'm like intermediate, but like I'm not that good at it, and I tend to forget a lot if I don't have a lot of practice. It decays. I learned how to speak Japanese because I really like songs. And I am so full of Japanese songs that I've developed an understanding of words and grammar and vocabulary to some degree because of this absorption. And I really like idols, and I am a big, like I said, I am a weeboo. But obviously, a lot of people like anime, but they never learn how to speak, or they never understand nuances when speaking. Because a lot of people like to think that they're gonna learn Japanese by copying what's said in anime, but in reality, nobody speaks like an anime. If you try to speak to a Japanese person the way that you hear a lot of anime characters speak, you will be considered rude or just flat out weird. Like, nobody speaks like that at all in real life. And there are a lot of nuances that I think is lost in translation that a lot of, I think, English speakers don't understand, and they just copy it one to one. I'd like to think that I have intuitively a better understanding of learning and adapting other languages, because I grew up around 3 different languages already. And then Japanese is like another extra language that I ended up surrounding myself with because I liked a lot of things that were in Japanese only. So in order to absorb the media that I wanted to learn and was curious about that was Japanese only, I had to consume media even without subtitles, and I had to figure a lot of things out. Yeah. So I feel like it was slowly that. Hi, Egg! Hello, Cutie Python. I've never watched anime. How have you never watched anime? What the helly? Oh. If life is so fair, why do roses have thorns? What? Wait, hold on. They have a video here. Hold on. Yeah, no, they added a video. 1D4 LG BBB OTS. Oh, I'm really curious now. What is this? Wait, let me try to look at the video. Hold on. Hold on, what is this? Wait. I can do that? Just post a link. No. Let me see if this is like I can copy and paste this. Hold on, what is this? Oh no, what is this? I'm scared. Oh, okay, it's a Halo 2. Okay, I don't understand why this is a Halo 2 video. Okay then. I don't know what they mean by this. Okay. Let's see. Con Lion. 年のプライベートで行きたい場所はどこ？プライベートで行きたい場所 Okay, so this question is in Japanese. This year, where would you wanna where do you wanna go privately this year? Like, where do you personally wanna go this year? 今年はできればね、日本に行きたいと思っています。なんか人生一番行きたいところはやっぱり日本ですね。やっぱりオタクだから、オタクとしては日本が絶対一番なんだと思いますね。絶対に日本に行きたいと思っているから、今年ね、頑張って活動なんだろう、どうやって今年はね、なんか頑張って活動して伸びたいね、絶対伸びたいし、あと絶対日本に行きたいと思います。で、今もね、日本で待っているネット友達がいっぱいいるから、やっぱりその人たちと会いたいし、遊んでいきたいし、いろんなところ行ってみたいし、VTuber の友達もいっぱいいるし、で、また、アイドルオタクとして、いろんなアイドル系のところも行きたいし、なんか AKB のシアターとか、なんだろう。できればライブとかも見ていきたいと思うし、そんな感じでね、いろんなことやってみたいと思っています。Yeah, somebody has asked me, like, where would I like to go privately this year? And basically, I'll just explain you what I said. This year, I definitely want to do my best to, like, do better at streaming, content creation, and grow myself as a creator so that, I will be able to, I guess, more confidently have the means to go to Japan and finally visit my friends who are in Japan. I still have a lot of friends. A lot of my online friends are Japanese. Like I have like a close-knit friend circle that is like, you know, all Nihonjin. And I really want to meet them. And they're always like, Ryan, when are you coming? When are you coming? We're gonna like meet you if you come. Please come. And they always like, I always see their pictures of them like hanging out. Every year they go on like a trip together. And it makes me feel really like FOMO. And one day I want to hope to be part of that. And like meet them and stuff. And there are also a lot of VTubers who live in Japan that I'm friends with that I would also like to meet one day. I'm also a really big idol fan, and I'd like to go see a lot of like, I guess, pilgrimage spots for idol fans, like the AKB48 theater, etc. Buy merch, obviously. If I can, I'd like to see a live performance and whatnot. I want to go to cafes. I want to go shopping, maybe? I don't know. Stuff like that. That's pretty much what I said. Yeah. That is it. Yay! That's what I said. Next question. Ryan, will you marry me? Next question. Well, definitely did not expect for you to answer the last meal question. That way, since it's a genuine question, but oh well. To quote on follow up that question, what would you eat for your last meal? I think my answer is pretty genuine. Well, apart from the apple part, but the rest of what I said is very genuine. What would I eat is very hard to answer because I like a lot of things, and I think it's not so much what I'm eating that would make it special. I feel like whatever I'd pick for my last meal depends on what I want to eat at that time. And my mood for eating food changes a lot. So, yeah, it depends. Skull emoji, skull emoji. She didn't say no. No? the heck? Next, what goes up but never ever comes back down? Your mother when she gets sent to space. Oh! Your mama's so big that when she gets ejected into space, she just starts spinning and creates her own center of gravity and starts to create a black hole? Question mark. Your mama's so big that if I eject her into space, she starts to create an eclipse. Wow! Your mama's so big, she got an atmosphere. No. Your mama's so big, she a planet. That's what it is. I think that's enough mom jokes that I owe chat, right? I'm so sorry, chat, for making you wait for the mom jokes. Sometimes they don't come naturally. A dream collab? I don't really know if I have one. I mean, I felt that there are people I want to be friends with, but I feel like dream collab implies like, wow, I dream of collabing with this person because they're my idol. I don't really think I have somebody that is like that. I think, yeah, I don't know why. I don't really think I have one. Maybe if I had a dream collab, it's not so much of a collab, but maybe like, well, I guess it still counts as a collab, but if I could ever have anybody I wanted on stream, I really want to interview Souls like creators like Let Me Solo Her, Park and Harbor, Ongbal, Co-op, Vati Vidya, and similar people. And I want to ask like how they feel. My ass so fat, I got an atmosphere. Wait. Egg, you are so amazing, and I will use this forever. That is so. Mark my words, this joke will be recycled somewhere down the line. That can happen more possible than you think. Those guys want to make content also. Yeah, but I am like, I'm literally, who am I? You know? But you know, if I really had to answer the question, maybe that. Do you know of Bushi? No, I don't know who Bushi is. Miyazaki? If I ever had a chance to talk to Miyazaki, I would deadass actually ask him to answer, do you actually like feet? I would ask him, sir, do you know that the internet thinks that you like feet? How do you feel about this? I would actually ask him that. I'm so curious. Like, I really want to know. Yeah. Yo, Mama 67. Let's see. Hi, Ryan. Hello, Nook. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's all the answers. Wow. I answered all the questions. My throat is expiring. Wow. Who doesn't? That's crazy. Congrats. Oh my god. I am an answerer now. Thank you for the follow. Mr. Panda Banana, I like your name. It only took 4 hours. Crazy! It's actually not. You know, that's more or less like the amount of time I figured. She got answers for everything. Yes! Exactly. The only thing I don't have an answer for is why your mama so big. Yeah. That's probably the only thing I don't have an answer for. I do not know why your mama so big. I also do not know why Mary has a little lamb. Let's check for the questions you have, maybe about analytics. Let me just check. Cause genuinely, I don't think I missed it. Let me just check to see. I generally don't feel like I don't think I missed it. Oh wait, there's a question. There's a message here earlier. Not a question. I just want to say I have 3 top Oshis. You're one of the 3. I don't know if I read this earlier. But thank you. That is really sweet. Thank you. I asked her what's your favorite type of bear? Ah, now you know. Let's see. Hi Wyatt, if you can be anywhere right now, inclusive of money, accommodations, where would it be and why? Japan! Yeah. Sorry, that's another question I did miss. Let's check. Be very careful. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. So far there were 2 questions that I think I practically missed, but I think this is it, and I don't think I missed anything. A simple breakdown of numbers from past streams and why they appear to be like that. Yeah, no, there's nothing of that nature here. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, fighting games are niche. Wait! Soul bad guy. Okay, that's what the soul is for. What the helly? I'm not a Guilty Gear guy. I've mentioned this before. I'm not a Guilty Gear guy, but I am kind of vaguely familiar with it. I think I've mentioned that before. Yay! Anyway, guys. That's it for the stream. Oh my god, I turned off my music by accident. Wow! What was I saying? Right. I don't think I missed any more of the questions. Yeah. I think that's it. Let's see. One I said was that it was a little disheartening to see a just chatting stream have higher viewers in minutes than a roleplay gameplay video did hours in. But I've heard others say it's just chatting tends to do better than gameplay, probably more engagement. I mean, I think it boils down to whether or not people are interested in seeing me play something or do something, I think. Um or I think sometimes we're just chatting. Definitely there's an opportunity for somebody to talk to me more. I think a lot of people who probably watch me aren't really interested in watching me roleplay, or probably aren't interested in roleplay. Which I think is also fair. And I definitely don't blame anyone for that. Like, even me, like, I know that it's a self-indulgence, and I want to enjoy it, and I want to try doing it more and get better at it. But I also know that that's going to require me to find people who enjoy me for that, or enjoy that out of me. And maybe the people who currently have discovered me don't really like that, or aren't really interested in that, or would rather watch something else rather than that. So it do be like that, it do be like that. Does it make me a little sad a little bit? I guess so, because as as a content creator, well, not even as a content creator, but me being me, I am a nerd, and I do things on stream that I think I enjoy. And I do stuff on stream because I want to share it with people, and I want to share that like whatever thing I'm doing, and be like, chat, it's like me streaming something that I'm doing even if I don't have to. Like, this Minecraft thing is like me going, chat, look at this thing, look at it, it's cool. And I want to enjoy it with you. It's kind of like me sharing it with people, because I think it's like, I feel excited about it. But I understand if other people don't feel excited about it. And even if it makes you feel a little bit sad, that's just how it be, I guess. Yeah. God of Flame 201478. Your VTuber avatar is cute. Thank you. That's crazy to watch a VTuber and not want to see roleplay. Well, like, do you understand what a VTuber is? I mean, I don't know, it do me like that. I love roleplay, just indifferent to Minecraft. There's that too. I mean, I feel like it depends. Overall, I also think that maybe I just simply haven't built. Maybe I just simply don't have a community of people who are the type of people who really are here to watch me do everything and anything. Because I feel like sometimes it depends on the person, but I feel like people who have really built a strong community, and a really strong connection, strong community, are people who can probably do anything and everything practically, and somebody will be there, and people will enjoy what it is and just enjoy hanging out, even if they don't understand or don't know what it is the streamer is doing. Because they're there for the streamer. And sometimes people are there because they want to watch a specific kind of content from somebody. Like, I know, like, I feel like it gets talked about it too. I can't personally say because I don't have that experience, because I'm not an ASMR streamer. But I know ASMR streamers talk about how they get very wildly different responses if they're only doing ASMR versus if they're playing other things. There's like a huge dip if they're not doing ASMR. Stuff like that. And I guess it depends, But it do be different. It's a good thing that Ryan can do everything. Kane, hi Kane. We just finished doing a long ass Q&A, and now I'm just speaking about something completely different. I'm guilty of not being active to the recent streams. My excuse is I get overwhelmed when so many people are talking. Same with the GTA RP. Sorry, boss. No, it's perfectly fine. That's another valid reason, and there could be many other reasons, And that's just how it is. It do be like that. And for me, I personally think, it's something that I'm learning to manage, I guess, facilitate. I'm learning to be entertaining at the same time, while also learning to socialize with other people and role playing. I'm doing a lot of different things when I do RP stuff, I guess. But I also understand that many different people engage with it very differently, and it's not for everybody. And it's not something that I take against people or chat. So I hope nobody feels like it's like, oh, guys, why don't you support me when I'm doing RP? Like, I understand, I get it, you know. I really do. It do be like that. What's the word? I guess for me, it is really like a bit of a self-indulgence, and I stream it because I want to document all of these moments, and I want to remember it, you know, like that. And I want to remember it for like friends. Like if in the future I want to look back at it and like look at like a clip or a moment that happened in the past, like I want to be able to have something to look back on, like that. That's how I feel. Are you enjoying the RP? I am! It's so silly this time. I feel like I've really improved and learned a lot in the Minecraft roleplay server. It's been so funny so far. I still have so many clips to post. A lot of very silly things happen. Actually, let me post something later after the stream. But yeah, I am enjoying it a lot. And, you know, if you enjoy watching it, if you want to lurk, I appreciate that. And if it's not for you, and you feel like you feel overwhelmed and you just want to check other things that I do, that's perfectly fine too. For me, this is something that I enjoy, you know? And hopefully one day I learn to be, or I'll be able to develop the skill of like managing, being able to do good at RP, and be entertaining and engaging while I do RP. And being good at RP too. And so that I can manage having fun. You know, that's it. But yeah, I am big EP, guys. I am big EP. I still have to wake up later, because I have a stream again in a few hours, actually. Let me check the schedule. Brother, I have, let's check the pinned message in our group chat. Oh my god, in 6 hours. Fuck. I have to sleep now. I have a stream in like 6 hours. It's a little collab stream. I'll be having a collab stream with Lux and Hyrie, and I don't know who else, but for sure Lux and Hyrie will be there. Lux and Hyrie will be there. We will be doing a PowerPoint presentation stream thing. Where we talk about anything. Where we talk about anything, everything, random topics. There will be random topics. Just look forward to it. Yeah. Just look forward to it. There will be a bunch of different topics. It will be a PowerPoint presentation silly stream. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let me make the waiting room now before I forget. Right. Hi, Bunark! Bro, that's insane. You're so busy. I am also very... This is my job. This is my job. That is why it might seem like I am busy. Yeah. Well. Let's see. PowerPoint of only Mesmer, Pyramided, and Alu. No! I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. It's not a... It's not a PowerPoint about that. No. It's I actually have a pretty serious PowerPoint. I didn't know you were a full-time streamer. I didn't exactly mean to be, but here we are. Like, right? You know, when I have, if I, it's not exactly a choice, but if I have nothing better to do, right? You know, if that's what I gotta work with, then that's what I gotta work with. And it is my dream and goal after all, so you know. YOLO! Woohoo! Let's see. Wait, let's see. I need a background. Ah! Wait! I'm hurrying. Overlay. Also, hi Banark, how are you? Sorry, I'm like making the waiting room real quick. Let me find people to raid, by the way. Let me find people to raid. I've just been lurking the whole time, really? Oh no, you heard all of the stuff I was saying. Ooh. I hope it wasn't too embarrassing. Hi. Hi. I hope it wasn't embarrassing. Thank you. Maybe. But yeah, I just want to say, I really appreciate, I do appreciate the thoughts, Monster, as well. But you know, it's hard. It really is the way it is, and there's no way. There's not really a way of like, you know, I can't dictate what people wanna see and what people will enjoy, and RP is a very specific thing, and I feel like very specific communities or types of people enjoy that kind of thing. And I think the people who watch me don't necessarily want that out of me. Yeah. So, yeah. I used to do 2 LARPs. I see. Haha, now it was chill. Really? But yeah, guys. I'll make the waiting room after. I'll raid first. Before I end stream, I appreciate you guys listening, and I hope you guys thought that the question and answer was interesting, engaging, exciting, etc. I hope you guys enjoyed. Oh, bye. Ah, welcome back, Lenny. I'm big EP now, and I think I've spoken a lot. I do have to sleep because I have another stream later. Collab in about 6 hours from now. So I will see you guys later. Yeah. Have a good rest. Thank you guys. Let me go find people to raid. Let's go find someone to raid, okay? I'll see you guys in about a few hours. I haven't even made the waiting room yet. You'll just see it later. It's gonna be a PowerPoint presentation stream about random topics featuring girls. Yeah. And then, probably more Minecraft after. Wow. Okay? See you guys later, in the next one. Let me go raid into people. Who do I raid into right now? See you, Ryan. See you. Bye-bye, everybody. Girls, yeah, a bunch of friends will be doing a PowerPoint presentation stream about random things. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, everybody. I hope it made you feel a little bit more comforted and a little bit more... I don't know. I hope it helped clear your mind, even just a little bit. And thank you so much for sending in your questions, especially those who sent in very thoughtful, very personal questions. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much for trusting me to read those questions out loud and for trusting me to answer them. I hope you feel you know, a lot better, or that I hope that you find what it is that you are looking for and that you find your way. Okay. Let's see. What do I read? Meow meow meow. Let's see. Let's read into. Let's see who I can read on both. Is there anybody I can read on both? Wow. 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 Let's see. One of the lines you said today had an impact. Ah. Well, okay. I will go to bed now. For real, on God. I will read into Aruri. She is currently streaming both on YouTube and Twitch. She's a wind-up doll VTuber, and she is really kind, and I love her very much. I will... Yeah, okay. I'll read you guys into her. Alright? I'll see you guys later, hopefully, if you are free. Thank you for the raid message, Banar! Thank you for the raid message! Okay, guys. Raid message. Let's see. There. I was ready for you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay? Let's go right into a Ruri now. Okay, and I'm gonna go now, guys. For real. I gotta go sleep. Bye-bye!